Well, hello everyone, and welcome in once again to another rockin' awesome Saturday night here on the Six Screens Telenetwork. Well, you just heard from Anne Marie, and wow, what a great program she had! And now we have another program coming up here next that we're looking forward to, and of course that is JW World News. My name is Rick Fearon. I'm glad you're in with us tonight. We do have a lot coming in tonight. We have an unusual amount of traffic, so we appreciate that. And more people are coming in listening to the Six Screens JW World News. Well, anyways, I'll tell you once again, I'm Rick Farron. I'm coming to you from the apostate capital of the world, right up here in Boston, Massachusetts. And what a thrill it is to be around so many apostates. And don't you worry, if you don't have apostates in your neck of the woods, they'll be coming very, very shortly. So, anyways, I want to make a couple of announcements. I know I've been getting a lot of emails. I have a couple of times people have said, Rick, you're adjusting your mic all the time. Well, if you could see our little studio here, you can't see it. We got right now 6 computers running, and we have speakers all over the place. So I'm moving the microphone around. I know it might be a little annoying, but I'm trying to get the best sound quality. So that's why you see me playing with my big Blue Yeti microphone here. So just bear with me, but that's the only way I can really do it now, so we don't get a lot of echoing, and I don't have the speakers all on top of each other, which causes that. So just looking for better sound quality, and we're learning more and more all the time. Well, I'll tell you what, I searched the internet all week long, and you folks send me, this is like a clearinghouse for Jehovah's Witness World News. I want to thank everyone that sends me news articles from all over the world concerning the Jehovah's Witnesses. And every single day I get tons of them. People say, Rick, talk about this, talk about that. So thank you, everyone. You know who you are. And I really appreciate you doing that, because it really helps me when it comes to seeing what are the top stories. What are the top stories in the Watchtower? What are most people talking about? And that's what we're able to do here every Saturday night. We talk about what's going on behind the curtains of the Watchtower. So, anyways, let's take a look and see what we do have going here tonight. Well, it was good news. I'm feeling happy tonight. I was even telling Anne Marie earlier that I had an adrenaline rush today. Did you get adrenaline rush? I've got that. I don't know what it is. I'm walking around very excited. I'm happy. I feel like dancing. Why? Because I feel very good about what's going on in the Watchtower. They are crumbling. The circus is over. The monkey died. Yes, the Watchtower is dead. It hasn't fallen over yet. That's where I believe it is. It's on life support. It's dying on the vine. And give it all of these phrases. That's where the Watchtower is. And when I see, for years, we've been doing this for 17 years. And I've seen so many people, and I appreciate all the people that do the YouTube videos, all the people who write on Reddit, all of the different forums, all of the different websites that are exposing the Watchtower, the books even written about Watchtower. All of you guys, it's making a difference. We are really gaining momentum big time. But I want to let you know, too, we have allies. We have allies. We have people working with us. We now have governments. Yes, governments are now working with us. They're recognizing how evil, how corrupt, how dishonest the Jehovah's Witness organization is, i.e. the Watchtower. But let me tell you something. It wasn't always that way. We weren't always able to gain traction. We didn't get any points up on the scoreboard, as we say. But every week now, I've been reporting to you folks what's going on in the nation's countries: Norway, Belgium, Sweden, Denmark, Russia, England, Canada, and now we got Japan. we have got Japan. Now, Japan, it's all over the internet concerning Japan. Well, what's Japan doing to the witnesses? What is the country of Japan doing to the witnesses? Well, they're not going to tolerate how Jehovah's Witnesses would be willing to sacrifice their children due to their blood doctrine. Isn't that good? Isn't that a wonderful thing? So this country now is stepping up to bat. I wish more countries would do this, including the USA. But we got Japan is saying no, no, no to the Watchtower. You're not going to inculcate. You're not going to imply to the medical authorities that your children will not take a blood transfusion. If you're in Japan and your child needs blood, Japan's giving it to them. So Jehovah's Witnesses have been accused by the Japanese government that their rule for refusing blood transfusions to minors, it constitutes child abuse. Where have you heard that phrase before? We've heard it, of course, with sexual child abuse, but Japan's not focusing on that. They're focusing on child abuse when children die because of the policies of the Watchtower. Now, Jehovah's Witnesses hypocritically, well, they're the biggest hypocrites on the planet. We all know that. And they hypocritically claim we do not force anyone to refuse a blood transfusion. That's what they told Japan. We don't force anyone not to have a blood transfusion. Parents should be able to make medical decisions on behalf of their children. Well, that's what, they're making it sound like, well, it's no problem. But Jehovah's Witnesses, we know darn well, they speak a forked tongue. They speak from both sides of their mouth. They lie. Well, let's just say that. I like that better. They lie. So there's a young Japanese woman, and what it was in the country of Japan, they interviewed various former Jehovah's Witnesses to see if they could get to the real story behind the story. Is the Watchtower telling us the truth? Well, let's talk to some ex-witnesses and let's hear what they have to say. And of course, this young Japanese woman, ex-Jehovah's Witness, she came on and she says, no, they violate people's rights, including the children, obviously, and that it's cult teachings. And if you don't go along with their teachings, this young former witness said, you will be excommunicated. Well, we know that's disfellowship, right? Even family members, she said, will not talk to an excommunicated person. So, the people in these countries, they're seeing this stuff. They're reading the newspapers. They're seeing the television programs. They're now understanding who the Jehovah's Witnesses really are. People are coming to grips with this. The Jehovah's Witness image is being tarnished big time. I mean, not just a little bit, not just even medium bit. The Watchtower organization is becoming known as wicked, evil, corrupt, dishonest. Did you want to say something? Who's this, Pixie?
I'm listening to you, but I didn't say anything.
Okay, go ahead and just mute yourself then. Thank you.
Okay.
Was it Apostle Babe? Somebody wanted to speak. Was that you, Apostle Babe? I guess not. All right. All right. So anyways, remember this now. When you guys come on the telephone line, shut the YouTube off in the back because it causes echoes. You might not be able to hear it, but we can all hear it here. So do that for me. Just shut the YouTube off when you come on and turn it down so people can't hear it. So anyways, Japan is ticked. Japan is ticked at the Watchtower. And, we're all ticked. Doesn't that tick you off too? It's one thing for an adult. It's one thing for an adult to refuse a blood transfusion. And so they die. They were able to make that decision on their own. But do you really think that it's a good decision when a parent has a child who's very young, not want to take a blood transfusion and die? Do you go along with that? Well, if you're on YouTube, you can see this particular article in the Awake magazine. I can't quite read the date on it, but I think it was 1983. I'm sorry, I should have got that. I do have copies of it, but I'm just showing you when I took off the internet here so you could get an idea. Do you remember that Awake magazine? Look at those kids. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We got 25, 30 kids on the front cover. These are kids, according to the Watchtower, that are martyrs. They died refusing blood transfusions. Can you?
I sure do remember that, Rick.
Can,
I sure do.
Can you remember that, Trixie? Because most of us can. That is one of the most startling, shocking Awake magazines. In fact, it is the most ever printed. How could you show glee? How could you be happy or proud to put a magazine like that out? That magazine is terrible. And really,
Really bad. One thing I was hoping.
Go ahead, Pixie.
I'm hoping that when the free 2023 demonstration happens this autumn, that perhaps if someone gets up to speak, they could mention this international precedent with Japan regarding the blood issue. And also, if you're in touch with the free 2023 people, please have them contact C-SPAN, because C-SPAN covers any and all demonstrations in D.C. that have permits, and I know all their permits are in order, and C-SPAN will cover it, and they'll send it around the nation for free.
Well, that's good advice. Thank you, Pixie, for that. That's good. Yeah, C-SPAN. Yeah, it's a governmental type program. It's good. So yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you. North Carolina, run with us. Go ahead, North Carolina. Well, North Carolina.
It's Sharon.
Oh,
That cover hits a very personal note with me. A lot of people know that I lost my youngest to brain cancer. And when she was going through hospice, they had asked her, who do you want to be your healthcare proxy? And she looked at me and she said, Mom, I want you, but if I need blood. And I didn't even bat an eye. I said, if you need blood, you're getting it. It was that moment I knew I was no longer a JW. I mean, my daughter fought for 9 years, and I was going to say, no, you can't fight no more. I can't understand how parents let that happen to their children. My daughter was 35, and I still, you still are a mom, even though she was that age. She was still a little girl to me. And to make that kind of decision, that I would even think to stop her from living another day if she needed blood. I don't understand the parents in the Watchtower, and I was in there 53 years. I just can't get over that they allow their babies and their little children to die because of this stupid organization that's nothing but janitors, window washers, and floor buffers making these kinds of decisions that are life. They could take your life. And I'm sorry if I'm broken up about this, but it's really hard that they could do that and just put their kids on the cover like, oh, look at this, the example this one was. And if you're going to need it, you can be on a cover too. It's just so frustrating, so aggravating, and it makes me so angry even thinking that my daughter, because she knew I was a JW for so long, that even crossed her mind when it was so important for her to continue her fight. And that I knew in that moment that, no, you need blood, you're going to get it. And going back to what you said before about the image, that is the highest form of idolatry there is to put an organization above anything, that you are worshiping the organization. You're not worshiping a God. You're not worshiping anything but the image of that monster called Watchtower. And I got to get up because I'm going to cry. I can't say any more on that.
Well, we're awful sorry to do. We're sorry, Sharon, for what you had to go through. My goodness, that was terrible. Yeah, in fact, I'm looking at the magazine right now here that's up, and it gives me chills. It just gives me chills. It really does, and I'm sure it's doing it to a lot of people. Anne Marie, do you want to say something? Okay, I guess not. But anyways, it gives me chills, and I can remember a story that was told to me at one point, and it was concerning a little kid, only 9 years old, who was a witness, but he remembered what his mother told him about this. And he was 9 years old, and that magazine came out. And the mother and the aunt, who were strict Jehovah's Witnesses, they showed that article of the children who were martyrs for the Watchtower who died for refusing blood. They saw the little kid saw the picture on the cover, and the mother and the aunt said, this is examples for you to follow. Can you imagine saying that to a kid? These are kids that died, and the mother and aunt are saying these are examples of you to follow. I hope there's more countries that come up to bat and get on the witnesses' back for letting their children die. Okay, we do have Linda James. Linda, come on. Go say hello to us. Yep. Well, let's go to Anne Marie.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I was muted earlier. Yeah, I was just gonna give the example. I remember my dear friend, Jehovah's Witness child. She was 5 years old when she got hit by a truck. And I'll never forget, 5 years old, critical condition, in the hospital bed, hanging on to her mother's hand, begging her mother, please don't let them give me blood because I want to be in the paradise. She actually believed that if she got a blood transfusion and save her life, that Jehovah would deny her living in the paradise that she was looking so much forward to. It's just heartbreaking how they instill these crazy, slaughtering, bleed to death doctrines even into the minds of little children. And, it's fortunate that she did live a long life. But the thing is, they present you and they hope you bleed to death because it adds to the propaganda of, oh, look at how faithful even our children are. It is all about the image of the almighty Watchtower organization, and the suffering and the deaths and the children who bleed to death have no significance to them. Thank you, Rick.
Well, thank you, Anne Marie. In fact, I'm looking at the YouTube chat, and this one person, I like what they wrote because I used to feel like this as a kid myself. So Ann 1, she wrote that kids would be freaked out if they cut themselves. They would be afraid the parents they're afraid the parents would watch them die. When I was a young kid too, I was scared to death to cut myself. If I saw blood, I would freak out myself. Because being a witness growing up, you always looked at blood as being as Jehovah's Witnesses look at it, slanted. That you would be afraid that, boy, if you ever got in an accident or you got cut and you needed blood, you're on death row. So thank you, Ann 1. I like your comment. I really, really do. So, anyways, I can see where people could be upset by even seeing the cover of that magazine, but I'm just so glad that Japan is clamping down on this, and I wish it would happen here in America too. But one thing that does happen in America and in other countries too, even though there's no law on the book, like Japan is looking to put this law on the book, you can't really inculcate this idea into children of refusing blood. America, you have a child. Generally speaking, that child is not going to die. The courts will step in and automatically take the child from the parents. And they shouldn't give them back either. If they take the child from the parent because the parent wants their children to refuse a blood transfusion, then when that child is taken temporarily, the court should put those children in foster care because those parents, in my estimation, are not fit to be real parents. They are cult members. They are cult members with distorted views. Well, that's it for that story. So let's move on. I hate to even that story rubs me the wrong way. It really does. I can't imagine that a parent. Now, you guys, just stop and think. I just want you to put your thinking cap on. Just stop and think about this. You're in an organization. Now you have a child. That is one of the most precious, if not the most precious thing. That is a gift to you from God. And if you're not a godly minded person, it's still a gift. A little baby is given to you. You brought that baby into the world. And then you would watch that baby die for refusing a blood transfusion. That isn't. And then also knowing that child can't make a decision on their own. How sick is it? It's terrible. It's really, really terrible. Well, anyways, I don't have a soft spot from the top of my head to the bottom of my feet for this organization. This organization has hurt so many people. And before I even leave that subject, I just want to bring up a thought. I had a really good friend. He was younger than me. He was the presiding overseer's son. And geez, he was such a good kid. He was probably 10 years, or probably 15 years younger than me. And geez, he was such a good kid, a handsome young man. And at 20 years old, I remember I went to his wedding. He just got married. And I remember I went to his wedding, and it was a joyous occasion. We were all having fun. And in less than a year later, he got leukemia and he needed a blood transfusion. And of course, he couldn't take it. He wouldn't take it. And he died. He could have been saved. And then the father of this son, the presiding overseer that I knew, he's out of the Watchtower now, but I had a conversation with him. And the father said, Rick, today he could have taken some of the parts of blood that the Watchtower allows, but back then they didn't allow fractions. So how would you feel? A beautiful son you had die because of the policies of the Watchtower. Terrible, terrible, terrible organization. Well, you guys have, yes.
Yeah, it's Dan. Yeah, I was looking at some of the pathology of these cult leaders, and one of the pathologies is, blind obedience, unquestioning blind obedience. And I would think, what a nut they would get. Blind obedience to death. I mean, you know what they do when you get this fellowship, 2 to 10 years in the back of the hall, nobody talking. I mean, it's the ultimate punishment. When you leave, your kids are cut off, the ultimate punishment. But just think of the nut they get when they can put a page of dead people on a Watchtower and praise kids that never had a voice. You know what I'm saying? It's sickening. And for, I know I bring it up every week, but Toni Morris grinning and looking for applause over people that left and said, won't you be glad when they're dead, when the maggots will eat the fuckers. And you imagine Stephen Lett, that creep, saying babies are an enemy of Jehovah. These are psychopaths, and they're getting worse. And you know what? Wouldn't it be the ultimate death, Jim Jones? I mean, to have all these people that died faithful to Jehovah, not just babies, adults and all these. These guys are getting scary, and they're getting more dangerous all the time. And I did a video on it the other day because, I mean, they're shaking these people upside down, whether in mind control. They're asking for everything they got, money, possessions, land, investments, houses, whatever you got, we're taking. They're stripping these people, And so you're right, Rick, this is crazy. These are crazy people, and it's getting crazier, and I'm worried. It's getting crazier. And the Bible says bad men will advance from bad to worse. They're not repentant in any way. There's no signs of them slowing down. They admittedly say you better listen to us like your life depends on it, because it does. They said we're going to tell you to do crazy things, and we want you to follow blindly without question. I mean, Rick, this is getting crazy. So anyway, just wanted to chime in, Rick. Sorry about Sharon, too.
Yeah, always good to hear from you, Dan. Always good to hear. But you're a sensible-minded man, and it is crazy. And even if you just, sometimes, well, not it was all the time when we were witnesses. We never really stopped and thought about these things. We never had time. But now that we're ex-witnesses and have a little more time because we don't have to be running off for the Watchtower all the time, we can think about this stuff.
I have something to say.
What would you like to say,
I have
603?
something to say.
Six.
I am very embarrassed and ashamed to have to say, but I'd like to share a story with you all.
Well, you're on with us, Tom. Go ahead. It's your floor, buddy.
Okay, well, I ended up, I don't know if, so I was not a witness, but I married, when I was 18, and then I got married, and my wife decided that she wanted to find a religion, and I steered her towards the Jehovah's Witnesses, and she she got baptized, became a pioneer, and then we had kids, and but I still was not able to commit as a witness, even though that was the only religion that I thought was the real religion. So sadly, eventually, she had me sign a piece of paper, giving up my right as a parent to allow my children to have a blood transfusion if they needed it. So I was not allowed to have that decision. I had and I kind of, you know, I kind of did believe, but I didn't know. You know, I wasn't able to actually disprove the thing, but I knew it wasn't right, but I still had to go along with it, and okay. So I gave up my parental right for my children as far as them getting a child, a blood transfusion if they needed one. And, you know, it bothers me it bothers me a lot that I actually allowed that to happen. But I didn't really know. I didn't believe it 100%, but I didn't disbelieve it either. So I really could not go against it. And I just,
Tom, let me.
I feel guilty.
Well, don't feel guilty because at the time you didn't really know what you're doing. But let me just, so I get this clear in my head because I never heard of this. So who came to you with paperwork that you would give up your parental, who give you parental rights? Who came to you?
The elders presented this to my ex-wife, and I actually had to sign it. And I honestly, I really didn't know any other way to deal with it. And to me, it was like, this is what I've learned and known all my life, that blood transfusions were bad. But at the same time, I also did not believe that they were the right religion, but I didn't know why. I just knew that this is wrong. So I really couldn't, you know, so I just had to go along with it because I didn't know what else to do, and I didn't have any legal. So I just went along with it.
Well, you were Tom.
Like a piece of crap.
Well, Tom, don't feel that way because at the time you didn't know really. You were just an honest witness, so don't hold yourself hostage. But the point I'm making is, I mean, you were coerced. You wouldn't have done this on your own. You were coerced into signing that paper, and I didn't even know that paper wouldn't even be legal. I never even heard of a paperwork like that. But that is, geez, yeah.
Honestly, I did. I had to sign it, and we had to have it. It had to be with
a notary.
Just
yeah,
a notary. Yes,
yeah.
It had to be a notary public. Yep.
Wow, well, that's terrible.
It is terrible, you know, but I didn't know what to do because, you know, I mean, I loved my kids, and I I didn't want them to die if something like that happened, but I also didn't know if what I was told from the day I was brought up as a Jehovah's Witness when I was 4 years old was right or wrong, But I deep down I didn't know. So to me, it was like, okay, we're gonna go with, okay, I guess you're right. And if something happens and my emotions take over, I'm gonna make the decision to save my kids. But for some reason, you want me to sign this piece of paper, and then I won't have to make that decision. And I felt like a piece of crap by signing that. I really did. I did not want to, but I knew it was. If I didn't, then my relationship and my marriage would be really junk.
Well, see the position they put you in. It was a terrible position they put you in, Tom. But don't look at. But look. Here's what you do. Don't let this really eat away at you. And the only thing I can say to you is, all of us. I'm guilty. I feel guilty for bringing people into this organization. I do. Sometimes that guilt can be a little heavy. But at the time, I thought it was the right thing. I'm doing this for Jehovah, just like you thought. So you did not do this under full understanding. You did this under mind control and cult manipulation by the Watchtower. Thank you, Tom. Thank you for sharing that story. I appreciate it.
And thank you for understanding and helping me to just actually, really, this has been a big burden on me. And thank you for helping me to just get it out and get over it. Thank you.
We're on your side, Tom. We're on your side. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick,
Yes, Dan. Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to finish up. I wanted to say a couple things. I know there's a lot of witnesses that are listening, and they've, we know blood isn't the cleanest thing. We know who gives blood and that sort of thing. But here's the thing: blood to save a life is a whole nother thing. And so I knew an anesthesiologist who was a Jehovah's Witness, and he said this, Rick: blood was the last thing they gave him. Witnesses make it sound like it's a big money-making thing and this and that. It's very difficult to get blood. It's very difficult to get good blood. But he said we would give it to save a life. Now he wasn't a witness saying this as a witness. He left. But he said it would be the last result. But if it came to saving a life, we would use it, and it usually saved the life. And the other thing I want to say, Rick, is the scripture that says, "in good health to you," is not in any Bible. Go put a stack of Bibles up and look at where it says, "abstain from food sacrificed to idols and from blood, good health to you." That is BS. I looked at 20-some Bibles when somebody first told me that. They go, "It doesn't say that." They were preaching circumcision, and a dispute broke out. The Gentiles were not strangling the food properly, so they were sort of drinking the blood-soaked food. And so it said, "For the sake of stumbling your brother, abstain from preaching circumcision and be circumcised from the heart." And then it says, "You brothers that are eating food sacrificed to idols and from blood, don't do that for the sake of stumbling your brother." Then it said, "Farewell, be on your way." That's a spurious thing they're telling people, to go to somebody's door and say, "See, Jehovah says abstain from food sacrificed to idols and blood and good health to you." Here's what's weird, Rick. They told us at an assembly to quit saying that. They said, we were at an assembly, they said, "Quit saying good health to you. It's a farewell greeting." But here's what's freaky. They put it in that damn silver sword Bible they have. So the congregation still looks at that and sees that. But the truth of the matter, the dispute was over. You guys quit pushing circumcision. You guys quit eating the strangled food in front of these people. Farewell. Be on your way. Dispute over. Not good health to you.
Which changes the whole doctrine.
Which changes everything. Does that make sense, Rick? Do you remember making that announcement to quit saying
No,
that?
but I'm glad you're educating me. I never really knew that this is good news to me. New news. Yeah, I never knew that, Dan.
Look in those Bibles. Look at any one. It says farewell. And I had a lady, I'll just tell you, the lady who helped me, I didn't know at the time, was a former witness. She brought over a stack of Bibles on a dolly. She said, show me one that says good health to you. They didn't. It said farewell. And he said it's a farewell greeting after the dispute was over. Angela wants to say something.
But you know, to me, it's not good news because it just shows that the witnesses are lying their asses off because they're telling the people that one thing and they change their mind about the whole thing, which changes the whole entire meaning of that scripture. And then yet they keep it in the Bible to confuse everybody and keep on with the doctrine, even though they said at the assembly that it was to be, you know, no longer saying that door to door. It's because it says farewell, but yet it's in the Bible still the same. And yet the doctrine they teach is still the same. So it doesn't go together. And that's just jacked. It's mind fucking.
Yeah. You know something, Rick? Can I say one more little thing?
Yeah.
The lady was so wonderful because she knew this was a hook. There's different hooks we have in us, like the name Jehovah, God's not a Trinity, the blood. These are hooks that keep us in there. She came over. She was so wonderful. She put on a play. Her and her son came over and said, okay, we're going to be the Gentiles and we're going to be pushing circumcision. And she's reading it out of the Bible. And then it gets into the Gentiles, what they were doing. And I said, holy shit. I said, this isn't at all what this scripture's about. And I thought, oh my God. But that's how loving this lady was. She took the time. She said, Dan, we're not only going to read it to you, we're going to do a play in your living room. And then she brought over that stack of Bibles. I was free, Rick. I had a hook. I had that hook out of me. I had the blood hook out of me that we're special. And we don't take blood because it's dirty. It is dirty. Some of it's clean, but it is dirty. But it's the last thing they'll give you if you're dying. It's a last resort. Give them some blood. Let's keep them alive.
But again, as I have said before, why in the heck do they not, knowing that you're going to have surgery, have you go and give your own blood? Yeah. Or why would your husband, who you're one with, in every way God has made you one, why could he not give blood? Why not somebody in the family who loves you because it's your daughter? Why can they not give blood? None of it makes any sense to me.
Yeah. Anyway, that's it, Rick. Thank you.
Well, I enjoy Angela's emphatic statements because, Angela, you're absolutely true. Well, why not? Why couldn't you do this? But no, they'd rather see the person die. Thank you guys for commenting. Yeah.
Yeah, and we're tired of falsehood, Rick. You get tired of falsehood and being BS. Anyway, that's it, Rick. Thank you.
All right. Looks like we got Phoenix, Arizona. Come on, Phoenix. Say hello to us.
Hey, I just wanted to say hello to Dan and Angela. It's Gilbert. And, he talked about that Bible text. There's another Bible text that is called I'm trying to find it, but it's the circuit. Watchtower put in the word circuit in their Bible, and Paul completed the circuits of the cities. But they're also the only one in of all the Bibles that uses the word circuit, and they did it on purpose because they want you to believe that there's a circuit overseer. But anyways, Dan was talking about how bad the governing body had become. The governing body, and my brother Jesse and I we talked about it yesterday or the day before, how the reason they don't leave and the reason Jehovah's Witnesses aren't leaving is according to what you're saying, Dan, but also they curse themselves. When he was describing what Anthony Morris, what he was saying, the vile words that were coming out of his mouth, he cursed himself. And this explains why a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses can't leave the religion. They curse themselves by preaching damnation to the people of the world. And in doing that, that explains why a lot of people can't leave. For example, that explains why Frederick France couldn't leave, but Raymond France did. Because some Jehovah's Witnesses don't preach damnation of the nations. Some do. And the ones that do have cursed themselves. And they're paying the price. This is why they stay Jehovah's Witnesses. Not because they have a lot invested in the religion. That's part of it. But no, they curse themselves for their hatred towards mankind. What do you think about that?
I think it's good. We really appreciate you, Gilbert, with your words of wisdom. You always seem to have them. And you got a big fan base out there. Have you ever heard of JWN Discussion Board?
Oh, really?
Oh, they're talking about you. GB,
Oh no.
GG for GB. And
You know what?
yeah.
I was going to tell you another thing we talked about. It was I wanted to do a Sunday show, and it had to do about. I think I emailed you about testifying. You know how in the churches they testify? They go, Rick, I want to testify. Rick, I want to testify. And that's what you just heard a couple of minutes ago. Rick Fearon and the caller were testifying about the sins that they did. And a lot of people have done videos and they apologize for going door to door and other things, for being elders and the people that they've hurt. And I think this movement needs to take place. More and more people need to go on YouTube and testify and say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what I did. And like the last caller before Dan got on, you know, you could tell that it was like a healing took place in his persona. He felt a relief. And I think we're like in that moment right now where people need to come clean and say, hey, I really screwed up. Forgive me. I don't know what you think about that, but I've been doing that for a long time. And it feels really good to apologize and to confess my errors and my mistakes as a JW.
Could I share a point?
Go ahead.
Rick, and I just want to say what Tony Morris did was an implant. Not to us, because we don't give a shit. But what Tony Morris did in front of those people was an implant. We'll be glad when you're dead, too. We'll be glad if you decide to leave. We'll be glad that the maggots eat you. I mean, that was an implant. You see, you were talking about curses, a belief system. Words are nothing. But when they become a belief, they become a thing. They become an entity. So there's a lot of negative things, you know, that they implant us with. Well, when you leave, that's where the crushing of your head and your teeth will be under Jehovah's feet. You're a dog returning to the mire. You're an apostate. You're cut off. So they fill us. We don't even know it. But while we're a witness, we're being implanted. Don't ever drift away. If you drift away, you know, don't ever do this. The assemblies, you die if you leave the Kingdom Hall. Everything's programmed around fear, and we don't even know it. They're telling us they're keeping us safe, but they're running a program. And you don't even realize it. I wrote about this the other day. You don't realize you're in trouble until you get out. And then you go, holy shit, you got all this programming. Then you got your family that just cut you off. It's like a death sentence. And so I was thinking about what you just said, GB, about the Tony Morris. He was implanting those people, and they were applauding. They were setting that implant that if you leave, we'll be rejoicing over you too, over your death. We'll be glad to get rid of you. Isn't that sickening? Thank you.
Oh, it is sickening, Dan. It's unbelievable. Who do we have? Who's this?
100%. This is Tom again.
Okay, Tom.
You are 100% right that by my admitting all this crap, it really helped to get this stuff off my chest. And what he said is right. It is very good platform to get some stuff off there.
Yeah. The GB is usually right.
What's that?
The GB is usually right. So thank you. But no, you're absolutely right. And I'm glad you got that healing. Good for you.
I did.
Hey,
And
Tom?
thank you. I do feel a lot better. Thank you.
Okay, let's go by area code now. We have a lot of people coming in, so I'm going to go area code here, but you'll get to talk, so don't leave us. I'm going to the area code we've got right here. It's 718. I believe that's in New York City. Go ahead, 718.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, I was going to mention earlier, Rick, the brother that said he realized that his son could have taken some, blood fractions. Now, number one, you know, witnesses, they don't take the blood at all. But now, and I do remember when that came out about blood fractions. Now, that just proves to you, there's nowhere, tell me what scripture says you can take blood fractions. That's just made up by those 7 guys in Brooklyn, or at the time they were in Brooklyn. That proves to you nothing is from the Bible. They're making things up. It's all, everybody knows 2 things about witnesses. They don't celebrate Christmas, which they used to do, and they don't take blood. So, don't take blood. You know, the doctors have a heart attack if they have a witness and say, you know, they can't take blood, but now blood fractions. Now, excuse me, I remember that when my father was sick, they had that epigen, I think it was called, but he had cancer, but he was, didn't do any good for him. But I remember it's called epigen. But still, in all, that proves it's just 7 old guys in Brooklyn making up this stuff. If you say, quote me that scripture in the Bible, they claim they go by the Bible. Where is that scripture? Did the Bible change? Is there a new version? That just proves they're just making up. 7 old guys making up stuff. It's a cult. It just proves it. That just proves it.
Well, Shirley, you're 100% right. Oh, always good to hear from you. I like the strength of your voice. I like that connecting feeling you have, like we all have, to the Watchtower. Thank you for beating up on these guys. We always appreciate that. Thank you, Shirley.
Okay.
All right. All right. Let's.
Hey, Rick.
Yes, go ahead. You're on with us.
Yeah, Rick, this is Randy. It just concerns me that there might be other parents out there that's in the same situation right now that Tom was in, being forced to sign a piece of paper. And if they are, what they should realize is that those Watchtower attorneys, they know right ahead that they're just doing this to fake them out. If it got down to it and a parent tells them, no, I'm going to go ahead and give my child the life-saving blood, there's nothing Watchtower can do. I mean, the most they would do, and they won't even do this, but they could take it to court, try to take it to court, but by that time they've saved the child's life, and they'd probably lose in court too.
Well, Randy, you're so smart on that. I mean, that's how it works. That's exactly how it works. But what an evil organization, Randy. I mean, you've been around a while. I know you've had your issues with the Watchtower, but is it getting any better, Randy? Is it getting any better?
Well, one thing I forgot to say is I've had lots of attorneys tell me the same thing, that about signing away your rights, that's not enforceable. You can't sign away your basic human rights, and that's not me saying that. That's what I've had attorneys tell me.
Well, I believe every word you're saying, Randy. I have no reason to disbelieve what you say. You're always on the ball, and you always tell the truth. That's what I like about you, Randy. Thank you. Okay, we've got King of Dots. King of Dots, always good to hear from you. Go ahead, you're on with us.
Well, I want to tell people, you may not know this, but I'm an extreme introvert. And I had to force myself to do public talks because that's what was expected in Watchtower. And I became very good at it. But originally, I lived in a one-room sleeping thing in a subdivision in Milford, Ohio. And when the woman I rented from found out that I was staying with witnesses, she said, there are three families of crazy witnesses around the corner. They've gone nuts. They all turned out to be Ray Franz's relatives. That's a fact. I actually told that story on the platform at my new congregation after I got deleted. And this week, just to tell you, I got so much crazy stories about Ray Franz's relatives. This week, for the first time, I experienced disfellowshipping. My friend Steve, he's married to Ray Franz's great niece. She calls him Uncle Ray. They've fallen on hard times, so I've been bringing over canned goods. Look, I'm a prepper. I over-prep, okay? So I'm bringing over probably $150 worth of stuff every week for the last 3 weeks. She was there this week, and she gave me the treatment. Wouldn't look at me, wouldn't talk to me. I was invisible. I'm talking to her favorite husband. So it didn't really bother me, but I realized these people, the true believers, they were born in, they're part of the Watchtower royalty. They're not going to change, Rick. They're going to stick to their guns to the very end, no matter what. And in fact, my friend Steve told me his 3 older sisters, he's talked to them on the phone. They said the whole 75 thing, it's a big apostate lie. Watchtower never predicted 1975. So this is what's going on. And I'm dealing with this. And, of course, I'm not as close to it as they are. But we're just big, fat liars, Rick. I don't think you are.
Well,
That's all I really got to say, man.
well, no, you said a mouthful there, King of Dots. Always good to hear from you. You're a man of courage. You're a man that's coming out of the shell. You're a man that speaks the word truthfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
The King of Dots. There he is. Okay, well, let's take a look and see what else is going on behind the curtains of the Watchtower. I have to tell you, and I'm sure you'll all agree with me. We are now witnessing in the Watchtower the great dumbing down. Yeah, the great dumbing down. They are dumbing down like crazy. Well, I've been wondering about that. I've been looking into things the last couple of weeks here because everything I see lately is showing that the mentality of the witnesses is going downhill. I'm thinking, I look back, I see my bookshelf, I see some of the older publications like the Insight book. I see the book here, uh, the blue book, Watchtower A, the Aid to Bible Understanding. These were quite the works. These were quite the publications. And one time the Watchtower, they were filled with explanations, scriptural understanding. People like Ray Franz and Ed Dunlap. These were people that, they had some intelligence. They could walk the walk and talk the talk. But over the years, I'm just going to mute some people that are on here now. I'm going to just mute you guys, but stay with us. So I'm looking at Montreal and some others, but we have to mute you because it kind of interferes with what's going on here. But don't leave us. We'll bring you on in just a short while. But what I wanted to say is these individuals like did you want to say so? What would someone want to say? Go ahead. You're on with us. 851. All right. Well, do me a favor. If you're not going to speak up, just keep your phone muted. Don't unmute yourself. That'll make my job a lot easier. I'm trying to do a newscast, but when people keep coming in, it's very disruptive. So I'll call you. When I see you here, I'll call you. So just stay in the zone and I'll call you when you're ready to come on. But anyways, we do know the Watchtower one time, at least they had spirituality to some degree. They used to use scripture. There were men in the Watchtower of older years that were pretty much on the ball. But over the years, the organization has seen individuals, even top dogs, leave the organization. Circuit overseers, even district overseers have left the organization. And it's clear that the organization has shifted from an organization that prided itself on deep research to one where everything is scripted and dedicated, or dictated, I should say. So there you have it. I mean, at one time, it prided itself on research. Weren't you happy to even be one of Jehovah's Witnesses at one time? I mean, we walked around like we had all the answers on the Bible. Nobody could tell us any different. So many of these researchers, many of these people like Barbara Anderson, Ed Dunlop, so many people, Ray Franz, have left because of the confronting pieces of evidence that they came across, and they couldn't defend the Watchtower anymore. The Watchtower used to pride itself on what it was writing. As a matter of fact, they used to say, in fact, everyone knew that the Watchtower at one time was written at college level, and their studies were deep. You remember that if you were back in the 80s, 70s, 90s, even the early 2000s, the studies were a lot deeper when you studied the Watchtower. But more and more are now understanding, at least the old school Jehovah's Witnesses who really researched this stuff, they began to smell the coffee and they left. They no longer want to be one of Jehovah's Witnesses. So they're considered apostates today. But the Watchtower nowadays, well, they want to keep the rank and file as dumbed down as possible while keeping their brains numbed by the constant reinforcement of their cult programming. Yeah, they're keeping the witnesses' brains numbed. And we brought up here numerous times on the 6 screens a grade level 5 mentality. Those are the only ones left in the Watchtower right now. These are people with a grade level 5 mentality. You say, well, what is a grade level 5 mentality? Well, that's when you're about 11 years old. Now, when you're 11 years old, you don't know if the Easter Bunny's for real. You don't know if Santa Claus is a real. You kind of feel he is, but you're just starting to mature. Well, that's where the Jehovah's Witness organization is right now. The people in the congregations, they have a grade level 5 mentality. And another thing today that goes on in the Watchtower world is the witnesses, they're not encouraged to debate anyone. Oh, no, no, no. You cannot debate anyone because the Watchtower feels this debate may weaken their critical thinking. But I can remember when I was one of Jehovah's Witnesses, and you too, if you've been around a while, you could debate. You could get into a discussion with a born again Christian. You could get into a discussion with anybody and feel victorious. This is not true anymore. There's no debating or reasoning or anything anymore like that. It's just watch this video and go to jw.org. That's the position the Watchtower wants their rank and file in today. It's crazy how things have changed. They are to shut their eyes and ears when anyone brings up a contrary opinion. Yeah, if someone speaks to a witness at the door, at the cart, and they have a contrary opinion, they block up their ears. They don't want to talk about it. They just tell people to go to jw.org and that'll solve it for them. In other words, intelligent conversations are not encouraged. Yeah, intelligent conversations are not encouraged in the Watchtower, but rather,
Mr. Fearon?
yes.
Hi, this is Stephen. May I make a brief comment?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
What you are saying right now is so God honest true. I was born and raised in this organization. When I was a kid and we studied the Watchtower, which, by the way, we studied every darn lesson, I had to have the dictionary next to me. I had to write the words down that I didn't know and learn their definition. Now, obviously, I was a kid, so of course my vocabulary wasn't what it would have been as an adult. It was developing. But the point is, you pick up a magazine now, there's not going to be a single word that you don't that you don't know the meaning of. When you talk about debate, when you go back and you look at Jesus debated. He'd be in front of people, and they would ask him questions. He didn't run away like witnesses do now. You ask them a question, they pack up the little card or whatever the thing is called, and run down the street and run away. He stood right there and debated. Now they're not encouraged to do that because they know that their theology cannot survive questioning. When we were in the organization, we had a book that we took out in the ministry. It was called Reasoning from the Scriptures. There was a whole section about conversation stoppers. If somebody says to you, I don't believe in God, or I don't believe in Jesus, or whatever the issue was, we didn't say, oh, well, okay, well, we're sorry to hear that. Have a nice day and walk away. No, we were expected to overcome that. Get that reasoning book out, even read it if we needed to, right at the door. We were taught to debate, and we did it. But now, with the internet, people have access to more information. People can think clearly and intelligently and critically. A witness doesn't have a chance in a quote-unquote debate with anybody on theology, because at the end of the day, they know nothing, and their theology simply would not survive. It has been completely dumbed down, exactly what you just said.
Well, thank you for agreeing with me. Yeah, because that's exactly how I felt, and I'm sure you'll also agree with me. And it's somewhat ironic, but the Jehovah's Witnesses believe themselves to be the most Bible-learned group on earth. That they believe they're the only ones that have the truth, they're the only ones that explain the Bible. But the truth to all of that is their knowledge, the Jehovah's Witness knowledge about the Bible is seriously low. They don't have much knowledge. And in fact, you might remember...
That's exactly right.
And you might remember when elders would say, and then I'll tell you, this really got my goat when I would ever hear this. The elders would say, the reason why people slam the doors on us and quickly tell us that they are not interested is that it's because they are intimidated by our knowledge of the Bible. Okay, but no. Nobody's intimidated because of the Jehovah's Witness knowledge of the Bible. They don't have any knowledge.
Exactly.
They don't have any knowledge of the Bible. And no, nobody's intimidated at all. And I can remember from the stage, and I'll never forget this. I remember one elder got up there one time during the service meeting, and he says, I don't want any of you people in this audience to ever feel intimidated going door to door. He says, I don't care who you run across. You can run across a theologian, a scholar. You can run across a born-again Christian. You are smarter than every one of them. You have Jehovah's backing. I mean, you want to talk about, making people feel something they're not. So we would all go out and feel, hey, we know more about the Bible than anybody. That is sick. No, the witnesses absolutely don't have any knowledge of the Bible, and they're the most deluded people on earth. They're deluded.
You remember we used to be told that if we read the Awake magazine on a regular basis, that was the same as having a college degree. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. What a joke.
Oh, it's a big joke. But, I find it humorous today. I really, really do. Even when I was one of Jehovah's Witnesses, I tried to be astute. I mean, I used to answer a lot at the Watchtower. I studied my lessons. I read scriptures. I really was taking this seriously. But many Jehovah's Witnesses don't. Many of them never did much of anything spiritually or scripturally. They would never be reading the Bible or researching or anything like that. But there were witnesses that did. But still, even as I did my own research, I saw a lot of things that didn't make any sense to me. I'm thinking, geez, I don't understand this. I'm trying to learn about it. That's really how I wiggled my way out of the Watchtowers, through understanding real theological teachings. They're dead on arrival when it comes to speaking the truth. Forget it, Yeah.
Or they just outright lie. So one of the things that brought me out is I did research on the cross from the reasoning book. I went to that same book that they reference in the reasoning book, where they tried to show that Jesus didn't die on a cross. And I went and got a digital version, which is completely free because of the age of the publication. And you can just search that exact sentence that the reasoning book has, and you find the paragraph, and you read that whole paragraph. It is clear that Jesus died on a cross, or by the time Jesus would have lived, when people were executed, they would have died on a cross. So it's not a question of whether Jesus died on a cross. It's simply a question of which cross orientation he would have died on. That's what the book says. They took that quote, they used the ellipsis, and made it sound as if Jesus didn't die on a cross.
I'm with you.
We were completely, not only not educated, we were educated incorrectly, and it was done to us on purpose.
And now we got to get that stuff out of our head, because some of it still stays there. We got to now flush it out. And it's taken a while to do that.
Exactly. I'm going back to mute.
Oh, well, you're a good man. Thank you very much for calling in. Okay, it looks like we got 304. Is that you, Kurt? Come on, Kurt. Say hello to us.
Yeah, Rick, thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to agree with you the way you explained the difference. That's one of the big changes in the Watchtower. You know it better than I do. The spiritual food, whether it was true or not, was given out back in the old days. Types and anti-types and prophecy explanation. You know all about it. And it's a very different Watchtower today. So thank you for taking my call.
Always glad to take it, Kurt. I'll tell you what, it's the internet. The brilliant biblical knowledge of the Jehovah's Witnesses could not stand the test of the internet. An active Jehovah's Witness in the 80s and the 90s, well, it was very easy for them to promulgate the foolishness of their reasoning on the scriptures. But now, back then, what did you have? How could a witness even follow through on some of their teachings? You just had to believe it. The internet wasn't around. You were afraid to go to a library and research this on your own. You had to rely on the Watchtower library in the back room of a Kingdom Hall. It was a lousy library at that. And it had very little information. So, now what we have is the internet. As we always say in the program, it has become the great equalizer. At one point, the Jehovah's Witnesses hated the internet. Do you remember that? Oh, I do. Just when the internet was coming out back in the early 90s, Oh, they hated it. They said, stay off the internet. And they were right, because the internet has really damaged their work. The Jehovah's Witnesses are dying today because of the internet. So this is an amazing thing, and we're seeing so many people right now leaving the Watchtower because they're searching things online, and yes.
Yeah, I just want to say something weird that I've acknowledged. I think I got hit with an AI comment in YouTube. It was freaky. It was this big long comment about Jehovah's Witnesses and who they are. And I said, this isn't a person who wrote this. This was a machine. And I went back and listed all the reasons I didn't like governing body, but it was like, I said, Angela, I think this is AI intelligence talking to me through YouTube. Now, here's what's going on. These guys are using all AI. They came to my door, too, with a tablet. The girl just looked at me with a blank stare and says, wait a minute, I got to load my thing up. Okay, yeah, what do you got? There was an earthquake. There was this really slow program she used. But, Rick, here's my problem. Tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me what I'm thinking about. That is not going to move me. An AI page on YouTube or a video is not going to move anybody to join the organization. You can't sell. You have to have heart. You have to spend time. You have to love bomb. So I'm thinking, what are they doing? They're not going to bring people in. So this hit me, and you tell me if I'm wrong. So it hit me. Is it just a front? Is this whole organization a front? Is it a test? Are they going to just shake these people and squeeze everything they got out of them? Because they're very intent on keeping the ones they have in. But, Rick, they're not vested on bringing any new ones in. They're not. Nobody's going to come in there except family and people that are kind of, but nobody's going to come in when somebody comes to your door with a tablet and says, yeah, something about this was God's purpose. And it's really corny, these videos. But what do you think, Rick? Do you think this is a front or something else?
Well, no, what we're catching the Watchtower in right now, Dan, is they're in a transition. So everything they're dishing out is stupidity. But right now they're in a gradual transition. They're getting away from reason. And now they're relying mostly on emotion. You can see this through their videos. The convention, they're now relying on emotion. They're getting away from reason. Jehovah's Witnesses can't reason with you that this is the truth. So now they have to catch people on their emotions. Their songs, they're so Disney-esque. Their videos, and they play music, and emotional feelings are all over the place. That's where they're going. So we're catching them in a transition, Dan.
Yeah, that's perfect. I think you're exactly right. I guess I haven't watched enough of it. Yeah, but let's lose reason and get into emotion. That makes sense. I was wondering. I was like, damn, how are they going to get anybody in with this the way they're doing it, But it's all emotion. Boy, they're getting slimier by the minute, man. I tell you, nothing like you guys have said when we were in there and had to prove things and build bridges back and forth to people. Oh, you believe in Jesus? Well, we believe in Jesus. Had these, debates. That's all gone. Wow, Rick. Well, thanks for clearing that up for me.
Yeah, because that's what I got thinking, because that's the only way I listen to some of this. I listen to jw.org a lot. I don't, recommend people do that, but I have to do it for the news. But it's all of these videos that play this really, they do have some good videos. They have some good music. It really stirs your emotion. So they're hoping to capture people. That's why they want to get this big studio built where they can just deal with emotion, because a Jehovah's Witness cannot reason with you when it comes to telling you they have the truth. They're going to do everything that a lot of the other religionists do as well. All of these big time evangelizers on TV, they deal with your emotion. When you deal with a person's emotion, you can get a lot out of them, including a good part of their money, believe me. So that's what's good.
Right, Rick. You know who said that? You know who backed that up?
Who said that?
Tony Robbins.
Yeah?
Tony Robbins. He says emotion equals motion. If you want to get people moving, you put on a Michael Jackson song and a video, and you have people jumping in motorcycles, and it spurs you. So you're right. Emotion equals motion. They're moving people, trying to move people with emotion. My God.
It's the only thing they got left. It's the only, they have no truth left. They have no scruples left. I mean, everyone knows it's a crime-oriented organization, so they're gonna, well, we'll just play good music and stir things up and get people. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I heard they just got sued the other day. How much was it for Andrew? How many million? Did you hear $40 million in Florida or something? Some pedophile suits or something that they had to pay. Did you hear about that? Someone called me from Florida yesterday and told me about it, but I don't have all the exact. Did you already talk about that, Rick?
No, I didn't. I didn't get any information on that. No.
Wait till I hear.
Yeah. So, I mean, this will probably come out in the next week or so. But, you know, one time, Dan, what we used to do, they made fun. The Jehovah's Witness organization, Watchtower, they made fun of these evangelizers on TV. They did. They said that, you know, we don't do that. We don't do what the evangelizers do. Then we don't spend money on expensive TV studios. We don't have Christian pop music. But they're doing the same thing now. They're having children's cartoons. They're putting up this movie studio. So they're doing the same thing that they condemned other Christian groups for doing years ago. And Jehovah's Witnesses, you know, they actually, we always thought that, you know, when evangelizers came on TV, like Billy Graham and Jack Graham and some of these other people, we always thought that they were making worship cheap. But man, how times have changed. The Watchtower's doing the same thing.
Yeah, and you know, Rick, what was weird was when I look at JW.org studio, one day I turned it on. I said, what the hell is that? Is this Joel Osteen? It was a very similar studio, like, you know, like a big recording studio, like, you know, CNN or Fox. It was like, oh my God, these guys have turned totally into corrupt politics or you know, religious, whatever you want to call them, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's
Okay,
it's all amazing. Thank you, Dan. Always good to hear from you. We've got 718 once again. Go ahead, New York City. You are on with us.
What I wanted to say, Rick, was that you mentioned earlier about the internet, and they said stay away from it. But I remember that because my mother told me that at the Kingdom, at the Wednesday night meeting, whatever. Oh, we were told to stay away from the internet. When they were saying that, so I'm sure you remember, they had, before they changed the name to JW.org, they were Watchtower Bible and Tract Society.com. They had a site while they were telling their followers to stay away. Do you remember that?
Oh,
They
yeah.
were on the internet.
That's right.
They were on the internet. But yet telling the followers to stay away, yet they had a site on there. So that's the hypocrisy, another good example of their hypocrisy.
Well, there you go. Shirley, you nailed it. You nailed it. It is hypocrisy at the highest level. Thank you, Shirley. Always good to hear from you. Thank you. Yeah, so if you're wondering what's going on in the Watchtower in the last, 10 years, they've been making a lot of cost-cutting changes. I mean, have you noticed? We know now there's no food. I mean, I can remember, well, that would have been, 15 years ago that they stopped, 20 years ago, they stopped doing food at conventions. You had to bring your own food. So these are cost-cutting changes. This saved the organization money. No more magazines delivered to you. Remember when you used to get the Watchtower Awake in the mail? Forget about it. You don't get it anymore. As a matter of fact, there's now less pages in the magazines, no hardcover books. They're not producing the Watchtower public edition. I think 2 or 3 editions a year. Awake magazine is just about defunct. So we're seeing that, they're cutting the hours for pioneers so they can get more pioneers. They're making the blood policy less strict, trying to come up with take this fraction will be okay. They're dumbing down the literature, and all of these policy changes and new light is in reaction to the amount of revenue that they're bringing in. The accountants at the Watchtower are looking for ways to grab more dough. So we got to stop spending. I mean, even in your own household, right? So you're looking at your paycheck coming in. You only have so much money to pay the bills. So after a while, you and your wife, you say, well, wait a minute, honey. Geez, maybe we got to stop our spending a little bit. We only have so much coming in. We got to start budgeting. We got to start spending our money in the right way. So this is where the Watchtower is right now. They're looking for ways to cut their expenses. And I have a good story coming up in just a short while on how they're really doing this. And when you hear it, you're going to say, Rick, that is unbelievable. But anyways, just to stay on this story, the Watchtower, as of late, in the last few years, they've been constantly blowing the horn that even when things don't make sense, follow our directions. They keep repeating this. I have now reported this numerous times on the six screens. I counted 4 Watchtower articles that have brought this to limelight. The Watchtower is saying, we're going to give you information that doesn't make sense from a logical standpoint, but just go along with what we're saying. Now, stop and think about that. I want you just to put your, I want you to put your thinking caps on. Now, would you listen to anybody that doesn't make sense, but please follow me? I mean, suppose you're walking down the sidewalk on a city street and, some homeless guy comes up to you and starts jibber-jabbering and tell you some stupid thing, but please believe me, even though it doesn't sound sensible, believe me. Would you believe him? I mean, the Watchtower is trying to get away with this? Come on. It's crazy. Yes, Daniel.
I was just thinking when you said that the Bereans would have never been used in the Bible, they would have got up and walked away. If somebody said, if Paul or somebody said that to them, they would have said, we're done. Because think about it, they were considered honorable people for what? Because they did their own homework. They asked questions. They made sure what they were learning was truth. If you told them just accept what we say is truth, they would have got up and left.
Yes. Well, that's a good analogy. I like that. Yeah, follow the Bereans. Would they have put up with that? Absolutely not. Thank you, Daniel. Always good to hear from you.
Another thing, can I share one more thing?
Oh, of course. Go ahead, yeah.
I was thinking as you guys were talking earlier, I believe this was in the 90s. They started coming out with these simple, really simple tracts, little brochures that we were even studying with people. And what my dad told me at the time is that there's a lot of people that either they didn't graduate high school or that were starting to become interested, they're from other cultures and whatnot. And the Watchtower, thanks to Jehovah, was providing tools that people that couldn't read that well or had a really low IQ, even they could understand. But I noticed that we were studying them too. And so I was thinking to myself, what's this doing to us? It's like we're looking at pictures and then there's words and you connect the dots that way. It's just like, I'm not trying to make fun of them. It's just, I think we got suckered into, because we started reading the same things, like you guys said, the deeper things kind of went out the window. Not that they were always right on the deeper things, but at least you had a sense that you had a deep understanding of whether we did or not. But when they started simplifying things in the 90s, I believe that's when it was. It was, to me, it was just crazy. I was just like, this doesn't make any sense to me. But that was just my opinion. So,
well,
they're down to giving coloring books out.
Well, we always appreciate your opinion. Go ahead.
One more thing. This is another thing that I think about in my life. I grew up, probably the first time, I don't remember how old I was when I took my first tour. Maybe I was 3, 4, 5 years old. And my job was to read Psalms 83:18. Do you know God has a name? And you take him into the Bible and show them. You know how crazy it was when I grew up in my adult years and realized it was a Catholic monk in the 13th century that invented that name. So in Psalms 83:18, that name would have not been yet invented. It would not have been there yet, if I understand it correctly. So here I'm sharing a scripture from the Bible that and teaching them this name goes all the way back, even before Psalms. but it's actually recorded in the Bible. But yet it was not even invented until the 13th century. And the Watchtower recognizes that. And I never knew that until I started doing my own homework and stumbled across it. And the Watchtower admitted it. And I was just like, that blew my mind.
Well, that's why you do research on your own, Daniel. I mean, you don't want to do research. That's why we did it. We could never do it when we were in the Watchtower. We're so darn busy. How could you do it? Well, thank you, Daniel. Always good to hear from Daniel. Great. Thank you. All right. Well, let's take a look and see what else is going on behind the curtains of the Watchtower. Has anyone heard this at their convention? As of late, they're bringing this up again. I know they did it a few years back, but evidently they're having a lot of trouble with apostates going into the convention, or at least they're afraid they're putting the security out. They're getting ready for apostates to enter the conventions this summer. So this is now being brought up at some of the assemblies, some of the conventions. Well, what they're doing is they're asking the people who run the sound equipment at the conventions to be on the ball for any apostates that might stand up and start shouting things out in the audience about how evil the Watchtower is. So they're putting their sound people, the people who run the sound controls at the conventions, they're putting them on notice to start playing this song if apostates start speaking up, and play the song loud and clear so it blocks out the voice of the apostates. Would you like to hear the song they're going to play? Well, let me play it for you. This is the song they're going to play real loud. All right, well, enough of that. I mean, well, that's what they're playing.
It's brilliant, though, Rick. It's sick and brilliant at the same time. Because think about it. You talk about emotionalism. What they're doing then is not just blocking out what that person said. It's what anything that they heard that person says. They're reconnecting them. It's like all of a sudden you just plugged them back in and rebooted their computer. And keep them back in line, and then they get emotional, and all can look at each other. Yes, we're Jehovah's Witnesses. You know, it's classic. It really is what they're doing. But this organization is only here today is because they have mastered so much of the brainwashing and subliminal images and all the stuff that they've done. I believe that's the only reason why they're still here today. Because they've used guilt to such a level. They've used hold your family hostage. Everything that they've done, they understand what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. And that's why so many people are still in there, even though people are leaving, which we all can be thankful for. But it's the ones that are trapped in there we have to worry about.
Well, you're absolutely right, Daniel, but they play in the emotion. So what they're being encouraged to do, because evidently they're planning on a bunch of apostates crashing the conventions this summer. So the sound attendants have been put on notice to play that song, "We Are Jehovah's Witnesses," nice and loud, so that it drowns out whatever the apostate might be saying. Isn't that something? So this isn't new. This is not new. They've done it as early as even 10 years ago. But now they're really upping the ante once again. Play the song. They plan on being attacked by the apostates. Well, there you have it. Isn't that something? My goodness gracious. Yeah. So I'm so glad that that song. I mean, what we were talking earlier. Don't these songs stir up the emotions? Even when I was playing that, you got this. It was like a march song, right? You got all excited, and that's what we used to do when we sang that song. Well, they don't sing that song much today. They really don't. But back then we did. But that's the song they're instructed still to play. If an apostate walks in, play "We Are Jehovah's Witnesses," and unbelievable. Well, what an organization. Would you want to have to be on guard like that all the time? The Watchtower's on guard all the time that they're going to be attacked by apostates. It's geez, what type of a religious organization is that? Always looking out for the enemy, always looking over their shoulders. Unbelievable. That means they're hiding something. That means they're doing something that's not right. So go ahead, you're on with us.
Rick?
Yes.
Rick, it's Sharon in North Carolina.
Yes.
That song that you just played, one of the lines is the God of true prophecy. Since when is anything coming out of that organization true?
Well, I don't ever remember anything coming out as true.
Exactly. And they're not thinking while they're singing that parading song. I mean, my goodness, it sounds like a song that you would release children from after an assembly in school.
Yeah.
If you think about it.
Well, it has kind of, when I think of God Bless America or the Star Spangled Banner or any of these nationalistic songs, that kind of it's a march type song. It's to stir up the emotions.
That was how it was when we were done with an assembly after school. In school, they would play the march from Aida, so that you knew it was time to go back to class. And going back to what I think it was Daniel who was talking about Psalms 83:18.
Yeah.
If you think about it, why does it only say over the earth? That he's the most high over the earth. What about the heavens? What about all creation? They're not thinking. The one who's the most high over the earth is Satan, the devil. So they're not even thinking about that either when they're sharing that scripture.
Well, Sharon, the Watchtower fell out of a spiritual tree and they hit every branch on the way down. I mean, they don't get anything right. So I'm glad you recognize that. Well, thank you, Sharon. Always good to hear from you. I like your enthusiasm. I like your New York accent. You speak the truth, and we appreciate that. Thank you, Sharon. Well,
thank you, Rick.
Well, we got. I have to tell you something. I have a good friend. His name is Atlantis. That's the name he goes by, and him and I are becoming good friends. And he does like the Six Screens. He really, really does. And we've been conversing through email. And eventually I hope to get Atlantis on. But he's a person that's in the Watchtower still. I mean, but he's not really. He's like a PMO. But he has connections with the higher ups. And he's able to give us information all the time. I get information from my good friend Atlantis all the time here at the Six Screens. I got a couple of things this week, but I'm just going to read one this week. And I want to thank Atlantis if he's listening in. I appreciate you, Atlantis. You're doing a remarkable job. And one day I'd like to really tell you a whole story, but I won't do it. I want to keep your privacy. But I want to let the people know that Atlantis wrote me this week about something that's going on in the Philippines. And I guess it's going to be extended, even though he didn't say it. But other people are saying that what happened in the Philippines this last couple of weeks is going to happen here in America. And we know the witnesses are really taking advantage of the cart, right? This cart witnessing. Oh, they're wheeling them all over the place. In fact, now I even hear they're in Disney World. I'm not sure if they're right in the park itself, but outside the park. So they're trying to get people's attention going to Disney World. That's the last thing you need. I mean, they were at the Kentucky Derby. They were at the Indianapolis 500, from what I understand. They've been a number of these large venues, the Super Bowl, Disney World, as I say. And now what they want to do in the Philippines, I'm going to read you an article. Now they want to put carts on government property, like the Capitol, but not on the outside of the Capitol, but on the inside of government property in the Philippines. Let me read you the letter. Let me see if I can't find the letter here. I did have it, so let's see if I can find it for us. Where is the letter? All right, let me read you the letter. This is the letter, and actually it goes back to May 4th, so I guess it's a little while ago, but we didn't bring it up on the 6 screens, but we're going to bring it up here tonight. So it's being written to the Honorable Ratrina E. Fuentes, Executive Judge, Hall of Justice Building in the Philippines. Dear Judge Fuentes, greetings. We hope you are well. Thanks to Jehovah God's blessing and our continued support of our Bible education program has continued to produce such good results. In this program, we showed how the Bible can also provide timeless advice and can help us in everyday life. For instance, on our website, jw.org, one article explains how we can protect ourselves from misinformation and fake news. Some Bible principles that can help are there. So it's actually appealing to this judge that the Watchtower would like to set up their carts inside the Halls of Justice building in the Philippines, a very big political organization's building in the Philippines. They want to be right inside. It says it's our earnest desire to fully extend the program and help more people learn how the Bible principles can improve their lives. Look at how they're pandering to the Philippine government. And this is a trial balloon. Others have written me and said, Rick, they're gonna try to do this in other countries as well. So the Watchtower says, we would like to request that you allow us to set up our mobile display carts inside the premises of the Hall of Justice building on May 1st through the 31st. We thank you for your support. Should you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact us. So that is something. So what I'm thinking here, and it's not even distorted thinking, since when does the Watchtower, pander or want to get involved in Satan's organization? I mean, don't the witnesses look at the political governments as Satan's organization? So now they want to be on their property and inside their property with their carts? How distorted is that? That's why it's very hard, as we were discussing earlier, very hard to come to grips with what the Watchtower is doing lately. Go ahead, Dan, you're on with us.
Well, I was just thinking, I don't know if you're talking to me or Dan Clark.
Daniel, yep.
Yeah, I was just thinking it reminds me of the NGO days, of them being part of the United Nations as having that supposedly just a library card. Yeah, they were part of getting themselves a part of the wild beast. And when I shared that with my dad, when I first realized it, shared it with my dad, and he was just like, he accused me of reading apostate stuff, and I said, no, Dad, this is real. And I showed him the letter, and he was just like, no, he got really mad at me. And so he went and then actually found an article, I don't know if it was in the Awake magazine or the Watchtower, but the Watchtower, how they justified why they did this. And my dad goes, oh, I can see that. I can see why they did that. That's fine. I can accept that. And I was like, are you kidding me? And I went around and around with my dad on that whole thing. And he just came and just said, well, we just have to agree to disagree. That's what, they can't hack it when you bring out the points. But if the Watchtower does make a comment on the subject, they just go with it. They just accept it as truth. And it's just sad.
It's very sad. It's very, very sad. And, at one point, I mean, the political world was the enemy. And now we see the Watchtower cozying up to pandering to governments and you wanting help from them. I mean, this is a different organization. This is not your grandfather's organization anymore. Did you want to speak up? Go ahead. You're on. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, Rick.
Yes.
Yeah, hi. It's Tim here from Australia. Yeah, just quickly on that cozying up to Satan's organisation. That it doesn't surprise me that they use that so-called fake news talking point because that's kind of been a recent thing since COVID. The whole fake news thing. It's just a way of stamping out any opposing views to the narrative that World Economic Forum, basically governments want people to go along with. You cannot have another viewpoint to COVID. You can't have another viewpoint of climate change, all these things. And otherwise you're fake news and disinformation. And the witnesses would love that because that's the way they operate. You can't go outside of what they tell their people. Otherwise, it's apostate or it's false information. And so I can see why they agree to it. And to be honest, they're actually doing people a disservice the way they talk about staying away from conspiracy theories and fake news because it's shutting their members' eyes as to what's actually going on in the world. Now, you don't have to believe crazy conspiracy theories, but what is labeled conspiracy theories in this day and age is often truth. You're virtually living in the post-truth world, which is a term that was coined at like a Bilderberg, which is like Davos. They're kind of like world leaders summit they have, and that's been coined a few years ago, the post-truth world, and that's why everything these days is so out of whack. And the witnesses, not surprisingly, they just fall straight into that, and for them to push that as like a little talking point would get them some probably would get them a bit of a listen from governments, because the governments don't want any other they don't want any other narrative other than what they're saying. That's all I've got to say anyway. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Tim, for chiming in with us. We really do appreciate you want to come in and talk and speak up. I'm with you with that. I'm 100% with what you said. I'm looking at YouTube here. We do have a Ray. He wants to speak up. Ray, if you are on with us, come on right now. Hit *6. Ray, hit *6 on your telephone pad, and that will bring you on. We'd love to hear from Ray coming in from YouTube. Ray, hit *6. You want to?
All right. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Ray. What's on your mind, buddy?
Well, I am a first-time caller and also a second-time listener to your channel. I just recently, 7 weeks ago, I just walked away from the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Wow.
I can tell you some horrible stories about them. And what I was writing in the chat earlier, these people, I got a lot of hatred towards these people, and I'll tell you, I've been through hell for the last 6 years with these people. What they did to me was they got me to the point where I became emotional, where I could not show any emotion at all. What I was talking about there is the first 3-4 years, it was smooth. They were friendly. They were helpful. They invited me here and there and so on. In 2020, I got hit with leukemia for the second time, and I needed a plasma transplant and also chemo, but I had to reject the transplant. And recently, they told me they knew about my son there. My son died in 2018 from a boating accident, and they told me, forget about him. Don't remember him. Don't mourn his death. Don't do this. Don't do that. It got to the point where these people started acting really weird here in the last 3 years. They started giving me the silent treatment, what they call the silent shunning. People started withdrawing from me. They weren't talking to me as much. And then the last 18 months, it turned into a total nightmare. It's just a total nightmare of everything. Since I walked away, I've already decided I'm going to go for a plasma transplant. And I stuck it to them there. I stuck it to them really good when I took all my literature from JW. I took my suits, ties, anything that was related to the Jehovah's Witnesses, set it out in the middle of my garden, poured gas on it, brought a boombox out, started blaring AC/DC, Marilyn Manson, and I just drove this Jehovah's people right out of my neighborhood. And I set the thing on fire, and I watched my suits and all their literature burn up. And I got friends that are serving in the military who are United States Marines. Said I actually are fighting harder and I am tougher than they are, even though I am a former military myself. And I served in the United States Army with the 101st Air, and I was deployed in 1990 to the Persian Gulf, and I was stationed in Israel as a Patriot missile technician. And I'll tell you, since these people came into my life, they've ruined my life. They just made me belligerent. I don't want nothing to do with any type of religion at all. I basically in a way, I became an atheist in a way. And I'm going to get my blood transfusion. And thank you very much for listening to me, Rick.
Well, Ray, I mean, that is a remarkable story, and I'm sure we'll have you on again and you can tell us more. But Ray, I give you all the credit in the world. And you go ahead and get that plasma transplant and don't let these guys hang any guilt over you at all. And you did a remarkable thing. I mean, you went to the extent of burning anything. That's going to the extreme, but I'm glad you could do that, because if that could flush this stupid reasoning out of your head and make you feel comfortable, then kudos for you, Ray. We're proud of you, buddy. Thank you.
Yep. And I also, with their way of thinking there, they want you to give up your hobbies, things that you enjoy. You basically become a mindless zombie. I just went back. I just started going fishing again. That's one of my hobbies. I've won 2 tournaments already, and they frowned on me going fishing for in tournaments because they say it's gambling. Huh. And also, I work on Twitch. Yep, I work on Twitch. I am a video game streamer. I stream Farming Simulator 22. I make money on that. They frowned on that too.
They frown on everything. The only thing they like, Ray, is themselves. Everything else is bad, worldly, and no good. The only thing they like is themselves. That's it.
Yeah, they basically, how they do this, think of it in the military term. When you go into basic training, they have to break the recruit to be able to program them to kill. Jehovah's Witnesses are the same way. They break your mind, your mentality of your old way of thinking, to the point where they got you behind the 8 ball to program you to think their way only.
Well, Ray, you're quite a man. You're quite a man, and you got up and you walked away, and kudos and thank you for doing that. We want to hear more from you. Hey, hang in here with us. We have some other people. Maybe they want to say hello to you. We got Montreal coming in. Montreal, what would you like to say? Well, hold on, Dick. Dick, hold on 1 second. We got a woman coming in. I believe it's a man, a woman from Montreal 514. You want to speak up? You're on with us. Go ahead.
Hi, Rick. It's Annie. I just wanted to quickly make a point about, you were talking earlier about pandering and how the Watchtower does that. Well, it's not really surprising, but if my memory serves me correct, and I believe it, people can find it on jwfacts.com, where Rutherford, I believe, pandered to Hitler in 1930 something, trying to, well, as they say, schmooze up to Hitler in order to get favors in a total hypocritical way. Anyway, all of that, all the details I don't remember, but it's on JW Facts, and I think Ray France talked about it in his book also. So I just wanted to mention that. And oh yeah, and of course, United Nations fiasco there. That's also, well, United Nations and Watchtower. I think a lot of people have heard about that. So that's all I really wanted to mention.
Well, Auntie, we always love to hear from you, Annie, and we really appreciate you coming on. Now, don't you be a stranger. You come back and see us soon, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, we do have Ray on the line with us too. He's just been out for a while now. He's really upset with the Watchtower. But if we'll bring on, let's bring on Carrie. Let's bring on Carrie. Go ahead, Carrie. You're on with us.
I just wanted to say to Ray, thank you so much for coming on. I'm in the six screen suite right now, but I'm also in YouTube. I did speak to you in there.
Yep.
You're very brave. I appreciate your testimony, and I hope you continue to stay in touch with us.
Oh, definitely.
I'm sorry about all your problems and your son. What a horrible, horrible thing that they said to you. But you know what? You're free now. And you should be so proud of yourself for getting out of there. There are so many that are trapped in, their minds are just taken right over. But I want to congratulate you and thank you so much for coming on.
You're welcome. I was listening in the first, I think it was Anne Marie, and she hit some points, and it hit something in me, and everything was flooding in to the point where I got to speak, and I got to share this because it was killing me, holding it in. And I'll tell you, after dealing with these crazy people, let's just say I got no trespassing signs up now, and they are signed by the sheriff's department. They are legal. It says anybody it says no trespassing, any violators will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And I've already had 2 of them already arrested already.
Good. Good for you.
Yeah. And all I know is I've had a very, very difficult life. I got sick in 2004. It goes back even further, down to 2001. I had 2 heart attacks, a stroke, and then 3 years later, I got hit with leukemia. I had my son was born on January 14th. I had my double heart attack and stroke that day at the same hospital he was being born in. 3 years later, I got hit with leukemia, which I needed radiation and chemotherapy and plasma transplant because my plasma was cancerous. It's a form of leukemia. It was known as multiple myeloma cancer. I went into remission. 2020, I got in January of 2020, I got diagnosed with leukemia straight out. And I went through hell for that. And they needed to do a transplant for plasma again because I had no platelet count. I had to reject that, but I took the chemo, but I couldn't take the transplant. I am going to set up with my doctor to get a platelet replacement.
Good for you. And you're free, and you're going to be happy now.
I'm going to say it. Nobody will control me. Nobody controls me in what I think.
That's right. That's right.
Well, Ray, we're proud of you. We really, really are. I'm getting a lot of comments coming in. We're on a number of different platforms, YouTube, Facebook groups, and the people really are applauding you, Ray. You're a man and a half, and we're going to get you back on here in the future telling your whole story because you have so much to say. Thank you, Ray. And thank you. And thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And, yep. And I'm going to be getting off because my phone is about to die.
Well, you go ahead and do that, but don't not come back. You come back and see us again, okay?
Oh gosh, I love your channel so much.
Well, thank you very much. I'm glad it's working for you. Thank you. That's good to hear. All right,
Each and every one of you. Each and every one of you, I want to say thank you for listening to me and being my friend.
There you go. Well, what a man we got there. Isn't he quite the man? Don't we love Ray? I mean, you got to love Ray, right? You have to love Ray. The poor guy's been so hurt, and we wish him all the best. The poor man, imagine what he went through. But he's doing it. He's a tough guy. He's a tough guy, and he's making it. We love Ray. Thank you, Ray, for coming on.
I love you all, too.
Well, thank you, Ray. We really appreciate it. I'm glad you could come on and get your story out tonight. Very, very good man. I can tell he's a very good man.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you.
You can find me on Twitch as Bindi Roy 2020 and on Facebook there I am Farmer Bindi Roy.
Well, we'll be in touch. Thank you.
Oh, definitely.
You're a man and a half. You're a man and a half. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Ray. Good night. Okay, we have Richard Dick Bogie. Do you want to say something? Come on, Dick. Come on.
Yeah, I'd like to just hope Ray hasn't hung up yet, but Ray, there's a world of difference between a religious person and a spiritual person. What you had in the Watchtower was a twisted religious organization. If you have a relationship with Jesus or our Heavenly Father through Jesus, you've got it all. And I really hope you stay with Six Screens. It'll be cathartic. And I know you probably went through some stuff overseas when you were in the Army. I kind of know what that feels like. Just stay with Six Screens, and you're going to be okay. But it'll take some time. As to the pandering part with Rutherford writing Hitler, he did that. And he also said in the letter to Hitler that he agreed with the way that Hitler was treating the Jews. And we all know that over 6 million Jews were gassed and put in concentration camps. So will Watchtower Panda? They sure will. Are they hypocrites? They certainly are. Thanks, Rick.
Well, thank you, Dick. Well, they're asking how they can get a hold of Ray. He did mention that you guys probably don't go on Twitch, but we do broadcast on Twitch. But maybe that's where he found out about us. I'm not sure. But anyways, he does have a Facebook page. I forget the name he used, but if you listen in somewhere around the 150 timestamp, that'll give his Facebook page. Well, anyways, my goodness, what a program we got going here tonight. We're going to go, quite a bit more. We got a lot to still talk about here on JW World News. We got some guests coming on in a while. But, I got something that I found very fascinating. Reports coming in here to the Six Screens in the last couple of weeks. And I wanted to share them with you. We have reports coming in that, well, remember Johnny the Bethelite? We all love Johnny the Bethelite, right? Well, one of the last broadcasts that he gave, he talked about the Bethelites not enjoying the same food that they used to have. At one time, I knew the head guy for the kitchen who ordered all of the food in for Watchtower. In fact, he's kind of a relative in the family here, but he was the head guy at Watchtower for ordering food for the cafeteria. And they were getting all their food from Cisco Food, which is a restaurant supply house. They supply good quality food to restaurants. And at one time, the food quality was so good at Bethel, and boy, they would give you plenty of food to eat. But Johnny, the last program he was on, or one of the last programs, he mentioned that they were cutting back, and the food really wasn't good like it used to be. And he also mentioned that they couldn't have friends come and eat with them in Bethel. I was privileged, you could say, at one time to sit down with a governing body member and have lunch with him in the Bethel cafeteria. But from what I understand now, no more people are going, people, if you're not a Bethelite, you're not going into the cafeteria. You're not going to eat with the Bethelites. They're cutting back, friends. The Watchtower is cutting back every way they can. They don't want to feed you. They're having a hard enough time. They hate spending the money, even feeding the Bethelites. But then I got more reports just coming in here in the last week. This is going to blow your mind. It blew my mind. In fact, I can't corroborate it. I can't tell you to take it to the bank and cash it, but it's only reports. And I've heard this from a number of reliable sources, but you can take it for what it's worth. But what I now understand is happening, from what I've been told, that even the Bethelites can no longer bring other people to their rooms. Now, if you're a Bethelite, you have a room. And up until now, from what we've been told here, the Six Greens, you could have, friends over. You could have a little get together in your apartment at Bethel. And you could have some, you could have a few drinks, I'm sure, and cheese and crackers or whatever. But they no longer want this. From what I understand now, you can no longer, if you're a Bethelite, have people come back to your room. The Watchtower does not want people going back to the Bethelites' rooms. They're hiding something. The person that gave me this information, I'll reveal who that person was, but I can't do it tonight. They told me don't do it. But you're going to find out, and it's a very reliable source. But from what I was told by this person, is that the Bethelites are really unhappy over this, but the Watchtower is trying to compensate them. They're getting to the point right now, they're going to be letting a lot of Bethelites go. And a lot of these Bethelites, as we know, they have nowhere to go. Many of them have been with the Watchtower for 40, 50, 60 years, even some of them. They have no money. You're not making money as a witness at Bethel, so they have no money. Many of them don't have family, and they have nowhere to go. And the Watchtower is getting ready to dump a whole lot of Bethelites because they don't want to absorb the expense anymore of feeding them and housing them. So what they're doing with these Bethelites, the person that gave me the information was saying that the Watchtower is hiding something, that they don't want people going back in these rooms. There's already so many Bethelites that have been dismissed, and they don't want these people going back in the rooms with these Bethelites and seeing all these empty rooms. So they don't want people to see that because they are really downsizing. So here's the point I'm trying to make. So the Watchtower is covering this up. So they're actually telling the Bethelites, don't bring people back. Don't say anything to the public. Don't in any way share any of these thoughts with the public. But of course, we get all of these witness leaks, right? All these Watchtower leaks. So Watchtower was saying, don't tell anybody that we're doing this. And if you follow our directions, we will give you $1,500. And that'll make it possible and give you a little help when you do leave, because they're getting ready to lay a lot of people off. So I find this fascinating, friends. I have to tell you, you're probably hearing it exclusively here on the Six Greens, but I can't say take it to the bank. But it does sound like this is the case. And maybe in the near future, the next couple of weeks, we can get this whistleblower come on and talk to us about it. So if this is the case, and they're actually going to pay Bethelites to keep their mouth shut. We'll give you $1,500. At least you have a few bucks when you're getting out of here. So we'll see what happens with that. But isn't that something? I found that very, very fascinating. And two other sources gave me this information. So, I'm saying there may be something to this, but I wanted to bring it up here tonight on the Six Grains. Yes. Yes.
Oh, hello, Rick. It's Miguel. How are you?
Oh, Miguel, I'm cranking away and I'm
Hope
doing
you
good.
remember me.
Of course I remember you. Of course I do, yes.
Hey, bro. I just wanted to share with you guys. I was talking about spiritual food. I was just playing with ChatGPT, and I asked ChatGPT to write me a Watchtower article, and it did work. It actually writes articles on the style of the Watchtower magazine, and the stuff that GPT has wrote is absolutely mind-blowing. It's exactly the same as what you will read on a Watchtower article. It's just impressive, really, really impressive. Yeah, that's what I wanted to share with you guys. It's impressive. Let me read some of that. The Watchtower Society, with its unwavering commitment to upholding godly principles, provides guidance on various aspects of our lives. In this article, we delve into the topic of YouTube consumption and the Watchtower's encouragement to exercise discernment and limit its use by aligning our choices with God's Word. Drawing on personal experiences, we can navigate the digital landscape with wisdom and maintain a clean and virtuous lifestyle that honors Jehovah. Look at that. This is from ChatGPT. ChatGPT, it's amazing. Anyway, that's what I wanted to share with you today.
Well, thank you, Miguel. I mean, really, it's writing. Chat GPT is now writing so many things. It's like a person in itself. It's able to do things that the internet has never been able to do. But thank you, Miguel, for sharing that with us. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. I'll copy that. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, it's Tim again. Just quickly, I think that Miguel was on the right track there, talking about the Chat GP, like the AI. That's what I think is going on with their downsizing. The Bethel, I think that they're going to adopt AI to do as much as possible, and that's going to make a lot of the people that work there redundant and save them money, because all their decisions are based on financial reasons these days, as you know. And if they can save money on power, feeding people and everything, they'll do it. That's all I've got to say there. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Tim. I always appreciate you coming and talking. Well, anyways, I wanted to bring up another subject here tonight that I really wanted to discuss with our audience here. We get a lot of people listening into the Six Grains, but I want to talk about a forum online. I want to take about 10 minutes or so and discuss this with you folks, because I find it has to be discussed. I'm just not going to let it go by the boards. There is forums online that many of you listen to, or at least they don't listen to, but you can post in there. It's forums where you can post information. And then two of the most popular ones that I'm aware of is the ex-Jehovah's Witness subreddit group. You probably, many on here, have watched or listened and watched some of the things that go on in there and posted in subreddit. And also JWN, Jehovah's Witness Discussion Board. But I wanted to bring some things up here tonight that I want my audience to be aware of. Well, let's start with Reddit. Reddit relies on volunteer moderators. These are people that set up these little forums online, and they're called moderators, and they keep its platform welcoming and free objectionable material. In other words, they allow people to come on Reddit and write things concerning the ex-Jehovah's Witness world. There's a number of subreddits, they call them. You can talk about motorcycles, you can talk about crochet, but they have a group in there numerous groups that talk about ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. So what Reddit relies on is people like you and me that would make comments. And that's what keeps the community alive and well. And right now, that Reddit forum, the XJW subreddit forum, it's close to 90,000 people that are in there and listening, or at least posting and seeing what's being written in Reddit. But I wanted to make a point here tonight. Their moderators need to really stop and think about what's going on in there. And I want to specifically bring up a moderator on Reddit. He goes by Cuck, Cuck 23. Cuck, I have to say, is not a very good person in my way of thinking. He always is attacking the six screens. Whenever anyone posts anything about the six screens, or if I try to post something, he always has derogatory or nasty things to say about the six screens. And we work very hard to try to get people to come to grips with what's going on behind the curtains of the Watchtower. We work hard trying to help people find the exit door. But this Cuck 23, and what type of a name would that be? Cuck, Cuck. You tell me what that means. So anyways, I just want you to read something that he posted. Now, last Saturday night, we had a program talking about Jehovah's Witness conventions in Long Beach, California. And we had a man by the name of JP come in and describe how there's so many empty seats. And that YouTube video is getting a lot of clicks. And people brought it up on the Reddit forum. But this Cuck 23, he always has nasty things to say about six screens. And so this is what he wrote when a person put our video up last week. And many people saw the video, and I thank you all for wanting to watch it. But this is what Cuck 23 wrote about the six screens. He says, "I don't trust a damn thing that guy says." Well, that guy is me, Cuck. I'm Rick Fearon, been doing this for 17 years, exposing the Watchtower and trying to get people out of it and realize how dangerous it is. And then Cuck goes on to call me, he's a proven liar. He's the turd in the apostate bunch poll. He's responsible for scaring many PIMQs back into the organization, including myself. That's what he. We're gonna just mute some people. I want to get through this here, so we'll have some people be able to comment on this. But he says that I am the turd in the apostate punch bowl, and I am responsible for scaring many PIMQs back into the organization, including himself. So I mean, I have to question that. He says my exit was unnecessarily prolonged by years because of him. So I'm responsible for Cuck 23 for not leaving the Watchtower. And he says to all those younger and recent PIMOs and PIMQs, you may not be familiar with the previous lies and scandals, but I bet many here don't even know about his Johnny the Bethelite hoax. So we have Cuck 23 saying that, we've had previous lies and scandals, and of course, Johnny the Bethelite hoax. I just have to address this. Normally I wouldn't, and I'm not even going to beat up that bad on Cucks, even though he beats up on me. But, he's accusing me of lies and scandals, and Johnny the Bethelite is being a hoax. Well, I want to thank tonight, if you're watching, we had a response from a person in Reddit, and the person goes under the name Happy Forever Free 1986. Happy for 83 1986. If you're listening in here tonight, I want you to get a hold of me at jwworldnews@gmail.com. I want to send you $50. I want to send you $50 because I really love the way that you put it. You responded to Cucks 23. You said, "Why do you call Johnny the Bethelite a hoax?" I was listening in when he first called into the Six Screens, and every time I listened to him, he sounded very sincere, mostly very tired and weary, and I talked to him directly on the phone too. I also have been listening to the Six Screens for about 12 years, and this has been a godsend. It has helped me so much, as well as been listening to a lot of Kim and Mike on YouTube. Well, kudos to them too. They do a good job as well. What lies are you referring to that you say Rick Fearon has told? And what scandals? I am so sorry that you felt you had to go back to the Watchtower. A lot of people have done that out of fear, out of fear. I went back for a while, pure misery. What a huge mistake that was. I hope that you're now out and are doing better. So we haven't heard from Cux. So what is the lies? What is the lies? So Cux, you can come on, you can call me a liar. You can say Johnny the Bethelite was a hoax. You can say that we told previous lies. Cux, we've been doing this for 17 years, probably around the time you were born. But perhaps Cuck is just a bot. Perhaps he's not even a real person, because this is what's going on right now in Reddit. I don't know if you know it or not, but Reddit is in a situation where that site, Ex Jehovah's Witnesses, may be taken down. Now, I hope it's not, because I like it. I like what's being written. I read a lot in there. I get a lot of information from Reddit for my news. But I have to say that, you know, if you're going to come on as a moderator, or you're going to be a website host, you're going to be a YouTuber, a podcaster exposing the Watchtower, you have to take responsibility. And Cux, I mean, really, if you're going to be a moderator on Reddit, you have to take responsibility. You have to have a mission. It's as though you take an oath, much like a doctor would do, taking the Hippocratic oath with his patient. Your job should be as a moderator on Reddit, as my job is being on here on the Six Screens, is to be able to help people leave the Watchtower. That's my mission. I'm not out to belittle people, downgrade people. Your focus should be helping Jehovah's Witnesses to see that they have been misled and help them leave this dangerous cult. But when I see Reddit, and I'm going to voice my opinion here tonight. I don't want it to go anywhere. I do get a lot of information from it. But he accuses me of driving people back into the Watchtower. But let me just give you some facts. Have you been on Reddit? Get on it and see it. I encourage you, check it out. It's a Reddit site. Now I'm going to tell you something. They use very filthy language. I mean, to the point that it's almost even hard to read some of their posts. F Jehovah, F this, F that. Every other word is an F. And seriously, would that help a Jehovah's Witness? Would that really help a Jehovah's Witness coming out of the organization? If I got in there and saw the word F, I would have been out of there in a heartbeat. This Reddit forum at times makes vicious attacks. They are always not always, but many times are talking about perverted sexual innuendo. They have excessive homosexual overtone. And yet they're accusing me of having people, this guy, Cuck 23, is accusing me of causing him to go back in the Watchtower. Well, what are you going to do when you have filthy language, vicious attacks, perverted sexual innuendo, excessive homosexual overtone? What do you think that's doing to witnesses? What the heck do you think that's doing to witnesses? So moderators on this forum are allowing spammers, bad actors, fake accounts, and bots to exist on this platform. If this continues, many people listening in to Reddit will simply leave. So my thoughts are, look, I want Reddit to stay up. I don't want it to disappear. But if they continue on the path they are, they will no longer exist on the internet. So that's my, I'm not going to listen to this rampant bigotry, increasing amounts of spam, and all of this misleading information that's given off of that site, and have a man condemn me for him going back into the Watchtower. King of Dot, yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Randy.
Yeah, I didn't know if you was aware of what happened just this last week with Reddit. There was a major protest against Reddit, and I listened to a news interview where they interviewed the CEO of Reddit, and he has recently laid off a lot of their workers. And the protest was because he went and he's cut off a lot of these third-party Reddit apps. The apps who let people, they download it and can use it on their phones and devices. That all at once he wants to charge them a price that they were kind of overwhelmed to have to pay. And so I didn't know if you were aware of that. I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, I'm totally aware of it. I'm glad you brought it up. I wasn't going to do it, but that's another issue that they're faced with right now. As we know, at least I know, and I'll share it with the audience, Reddit right now is a private company. And I'm going to tell you something. Serena Williams' husband is part owner of Reddit. This site could disappear just on that alone, but let that go. Let's talk about what's going on right now. Reddit wants to become a public company. They want to sell stock on the New York Stock Exchange. And, before a bank is going to lend them money, just like with Elon Musk. Elon Musk, he bought Twitter. We all know that. And then he wanted to bail out of it because he saw that a lot of the accounts on Twitter were fake. They were what they call bots. They weren't real. They were fictitious. Well,
Rick, when you want to let me talk.
I'll let you talk in a second, but let me just finish this up. So what happened?
You bet.
So what happens is they want to go public. Reddit wants to go public. They want to sell stock, but they're going to be scrutinized. If people are going to lend them money, they want to make sure that the people who are calling in don't have numerous accounts, which I'm sure plenty of people have in Reddit, and their numbers have been going up. And I'm not, look at friends, I don't want anything to happen to it. I like it. But I'm just saying that there's certain things in there. There are moderators that really are ruining the site, and they got to do a better job moderating. So if they're going to go public, no bank, no investment banker, whether it be Morgan Stanley or Sachs, is going to allow fake accounts. They want the real McCoy. If they're going to get money, they got to clean this up. So let's see what happens. Okay, brother, go ahead. What would you like to say? Yeah, what would you like to say? Yep. Go ahead.
I think that was the brother ahead of me.
Okay, go ahead. Who was just in there? I forget who it was, but you can speak up now if you want. You wanted to talk, but I wanted to finish my story. But in the meantime, let's go with you, Eric. What do you have to say?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that quickly. What were we talking about? What was the subject?
The subject was Reddit right now. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Reddit. I got kicked out of Reddit, of XJW Reddit, because they put up something that just kind of struck me. They put up something that said, "Can you believe that Jehovah's Witnesses are against abortion?" And I'm like, yeah, I can. I'm sorry, I'm not going to believe everything on this Reddit page. And I spoke my truth about abortion, and I said it is murder of an unborn child. I said just deal with it, but don't pretend like it's not. Don't call it a clump of cells. It's not. And I got removed and permanently banned from the XJW Reddit page for my opinions on abortion. And you know what? It's like they can throw their opinion out, but I can't throw mine out, and I got banned permanently from it, from my account from it. And I don't even want to be a part of XJW Reddit, and I should be. I should want to do that. But why? This should be an open forum, and if you're going to shove something down my throat, I should be allowed to throw it down right back down your throat too. And is all that I was trying to say. I wasn't trying to be aggressive. It was just that I felt like aggression was thrown towards me, and that page definitely needs to be moderated differently.
Amen to that. Thank you. But we do listen. I don't want it to go anywhere. I want it to be around because it does. I mean, not everybody puts bad threads up there, but there is certain threads that should be monitored and be careful what they say. I mean, when I look in there and see F Jehovah, F Jehovah, and I've seen that numerous times. That should not be there.
Disrespectful.
That's very
Yeah, how
disrespectful.
can you ever get a Jehovah's Witness to ever believe
Right.
anything that we say?
Exactly.
When you say F Jehovah. I agree, Rick.
Absolutely. That's my feelings. But I'm just saying, clean the act up. Oh, okay. We have what is it? Is this dot? Is this King of the Dots? Come on, King.
Yeah, it's me again, Rick. I want to tell you, excellent dissertation. You put me to shame, quite frankly. You're very good at what you do, and you don't have notes apparently. I'm pretty much tied to notes when I do dissertations, but the blood thing. I just want to tell you, witnesses themselves are not even in unity about the blood. The liaison committee head was the guy who married me. He was the congregation overseer of my congregation, and this guy, I had a falling out with him. He was a liar, okay? And then a brother I used to work for, another friend's relative, he was moaning to me about the situation he had in the emergency room with him, where he was afraid the doctors were going to give his grandson blood. And I guess he moved the IV pole or something and got arrested. And he said the liaison committee threw him under the bus and backed the hospital and didn't back him at all. He was pissed as all hell. But guess what? You live and learn, right? Then another brother in my congregation, an elder. I'm working at this damn hospital, dude. I have to work with these people. And I'm like one of 3 witnesses in the hospital. And he apparently, again, throws over the IV pole in the emergency room. Not the emergency room, in the operating room, thinking they're going to try to give him blood. I mean, they're just going so radical, it's unbelievable. It really caused me a lot of problems with my job. I'm just telling you, they're not on the same page. They're just reacting. They're throwing each other under the bus because some stupidity that they think is going to happen to them. Paranoia. That's my thought, Rick.
All right. Well, always good to hear from the King of Dots. Dick Boogie, you're on with us. Go ahead. Well, anyways, I'm not sure where Dick went, but anyways, that's my feeling on Reddit. It's. Go ahead. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to say that let the audience know that I have talked to Johnny the Bethelite maybe 10 years ago. He is a person in every single thing he ever said was going to happen, or the inside stuff was true. If it were a lie, then the Watchtower, who monitors all of everything that we say, would be suing us. And that Cox guy, he's a nut. He's just crazy. And I've known you for 20 years, and I've never heard you lie. So that guy's a jerk. Thank you.
Well, he could even be a Watchtower operative of some type, a bot maybe, but he goes by Cuck23. But here's what you all could do for me. And look, I've been doing this program for 17 years. Every Saturday night, I have been right here because you're here. I have never missed a Saturday night. I'm dedicated to this. I've taken in somewhat a Hippocratic oath. My mission is to expose the Watchtower for who they are. And my mission and my whole goal is to help you find the exit door. So here's how you can help me. I never ask you for a penny, and I never will. I will never ask my audience for a penny. But here's how you can help me. If you really want to help the Six Screens, subscribe to the channel, like us on Facebook, subscribe on YouTube, and go on to Reddit. Go on to X. It's Reddit X Jehovah's Witness Group. They have 80,000 members in there plus. Get on there and tell them you listen to the 6 screens and you've been helped by the 6 screens and you believe that what we're saying here is reliable and truthful. Get on there and do it for me. And if I can see someone posting in there in the next few days, I got a big bonus for you. I got a big bonus for you if I see you posting in there. And the one that posted against what that cuck 23 had to say, you get a hold of me. In fact, let me just see what I say her, but it might have been a man. I'm not sure. But let me see once again what the name would be. I just want to let that person know that I got a $50 bill here waiting for them. That made my day when that person stood up for the 6 screens, because a lot of people, they're afraid to, because this guy came on, really lambasted me, and this other person came on and said, hey, that's not the case. So that person is happy forever free 1986. Write me at jwworldnews@gmail.com. You got $50 coming to you. Thank you for doing that. So that's my feelings on all of this. Let's get this thing going. If there's 80,000 people plus, like they claim, let's get the 6 screens known in there. Let's let them know that, hey, you're not going to put up with this garbage anymore. Thank you. I would appreciate it if you did that. Yes, go ahead. You're on with us.
Yeah, this Ben here in northern BC. You got a Fearon nurse?
Go ahead. We're trying to hear you. Go ahead. Speak up nice and loud.
Hey, Rick, how you doing?
I'm good. What do you want to say?
Yeah, I'm just getting on the phone here, Rick. I just wanted to apologize because last week I listened to my show. I was listening to Joe's show there, and Joe couple there, and I realized it's hard. I keep cutting in all the time, eh? And I just wanted to let you know, like, it's hard with the phone. Sometimes you cut in and out, and I'm just trying to get my point across, you know.
Yeah. So what do you want to say tonight?
Well, I've been listening a lot about XJW Reddit, and I like what you're saying. I like the forum on XJW Reddit, but I don't like the way they're beating down on you, because I think your show is great. And I find a lot of people in XJW Reddit, it's a lot of young people on there, and again, it's this whole concept. A lot of people, I don't really think they understand what Watchtower.
Well, we just lost the caller, so we'll try to get him back. Did you mute yourself, caller? I'm not sure what he did, but he's calling in from British Columbia, so we'll get him back. But no, it's look at why can't look at? We're all in the same battle here. We're all fighting against the Watchtower. Whoop. Okay, folks, stay with us. We got to get back. We lost the caller. We got to get back. Our phone goes off every 6 hours. Stay with us. Stay with us. That's what happens. We get cut off every 6 hours, our phone line. So we'll get right back on. So don't go anywhere.
Welcome into the live 6 Screens conference calls. We thank you for joining in. To speak up and talk, press *6 on your telephone. When you are done talking, press *6 to mute yourself. Remember, when you are unmuted, your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the programs tonight. You will now be placed into the conference.
Muted. Unmuted.
All right, you're back on with us. Okay, I'm sorry, from British Columbia. You on there still with us? Are you on with us, British Columbia? Someone want to speak up? Dick, you on with us? All right, for some reason, we're... Okay, there you are. I just want to make sure what happens if the phone goes off and we try to make sure we can have everyone hear us. We had a man from British Columbia. You still on there with us, British Columbia? I'm not sure what happened to him, but we do have... I think he hung up. He hung up. Okay, we'll try to get him back. But let's go with 973 New Jersey. Come on. What do you have to say, New Jersey?
Rick, the organization is designed to put you under the Noahide laws. It's designed to get you to remove the deity of Christ, to remove the Holy Spirit from the Godhead, And being under Noahide laws is the New World Order religion where it moves into a Islamic caste system. And that's what Masonry's under. That's what the Mormons are under. And I really appreciate your work because you are fighting the kingdom of Satan. And that takes a lot of effort. And we all have prayers for you. I plead the blood of Jesus Christ over you and pray for the armor of God over you because you're taking a lot of heat for what you do. And we need to get these witnesses to wake up, repent from this organization, and expose it. That's what the Watchtower tarot card is. If you look up Watchtower's tarot card, you will see it's a tower falling over in destruction. It's been prophesied that it would because they want it that way, just like the nation itself is prophesied to self-destruct in its own footprint, just like the Twin Towers. And we have to understand those occult aspects of this organization. We're fighting for Christ. And the witnesses went door to door with that mentality, but they were fooled, just like Jeroboam in the book of Kings, when he told them to worship in Dan, worship in Bethel, don't go to Jerusalem. And the witnesses do the same thing, that same concept. Jeroboam had the lowest members of society in priestly offices. And that's what they do at the Watchtower. That's where all that sexual and innuendo misconduct comes from. And I pray for you, and I thank you very much, Rick. Have a blessed night.
Well, thank you. Now, listen, I've got to get you to do some voiceovers. You have an excellent voice. I told you a million times before. And I got to get a hold of you because I got some voiceover work for you. So write me at JW.
I got a lot of stuff to do.
I know you do, but I'm going to make it worth you. Yeah. You got a good voice. I know you do. Thank you. Don't stop praying. Don't stop praying. I need the prayers. Thank you. All right. All right. There you go. Isn't that, well, I'll tell you that man, I'll tell you what, we would like to have him do his own program on Sunday, not on Saturday, but on Sunday. Well, anyways, you're on JW World News. That's the news the Watchtower doesn't want us talking about. We talk about it every Saturday night and every other Sunday. And you know what? We'll be talking about it tomorrow, right here on the Six Screens Tele Network. Sundays. Wow, you don't want to miss Sunday. We get into theological discussion. We get into scriptural discussion. And, you know, many people leaving the Watchtower, they're leaving because of bad, false theological teaching. So tomorrow, beginning at 1 o'clock on the Six Screens, we have a program called Knowing God. And we have two Christian apologists, Jody and Scott. They'll be coming on. And they have a program that's going to help you tomorrow with biblical numbers. How about the number 666? Oh, what does that mean? How about 144,000? Oh, what does that mean? So they're going to be talking about biblical numbers tomorrow, beginning at 9 o'clock. And then at 2 o'clock, we have got a program called Ex-Jehovah's Witnesses Share Their Christian Testimony with Anne Marie, the woman that gave the program tonight, Touched by the Tentacles. Well, she has a program bringing people on that were they're now former witnesses, but they became Christians. Tomorrow, we got Larry John Wayne. He'll be telling his story. You all know Larry. He's had a number of programs here on the Six Screens. And then at 3 o'clock, we do JW World News once again, Sunday edition. And then at 4, we got the Christian Court. Oh, if you haven't heard the Christian Court, you got to listen to that program. You know, in the world of Christianity, there's many, many issues that are non-salvation points. In other words, they're not going to keep you out of the kingdom, but many Christians differ in opinion. They have peculiar thoughts on certain subjects, and we discuss that on the Christian Court at 4 o'clock tomorrow. We have two scholars that will be on with us discussing it. They'll answer your questions, and then at 5 o'clock tomorrow, Jay has Making Disciples. Jay at one time was associated with the Watchtower Writing Department, and he has a program that he'll be answering your Bible questions. Any question you have about the Bible, he will answer it. That's tomorrow, Six Screens Sunday. We'll see you then, obviously. Well, anyways, I wanted to get that in. It's very important we get that in. I know a lot of people, they run the other way. I don't get into preaching on Saturday night. I don't do it to you because I know it's not going to do any good. But on the other hand, On the other hand, Sunday, we do get into theological teachings. Why don't you join us tomorrow? All right, so let's see what else we got going. I wanted to know, we're going to have our good friend JP come on with us. Now, what I'm going to say, if there's anyone listening out there in YouTube or anywhere out there where you can hear this broadcast, and you would like to come on and share your story, share 10, 15 minutes of how you've been affected by the Watchtower. What got you out of the Watchtower? Let's hear a little bit about you tonight. So why don't you do that? So muster up the courage. If you're on YouTube, you can see the telephone numbers being shown. But if you want to know the number and you're on our different networks where you can't see the number, all you have to do is call in. We're going to give you a number. It's 727-731-6701. 727-731-6701. Dial that number and come in, and we want to hear from you. We want to hear what caused you to leave the Watchtower. Okay, JP, you on with us? Is JP on with us? He was going to come on tonight and talk with us and share some thoughts with us on how he left the Watchtower and is now an apostate, so to speak. But I'm not sure he's on with us tonight. He was going to come on. I talked to him last night, but no big deal if he's not on with us. But is there anyone out there that would like to come on and share their thoughts with us tonight and let us know what is it that knocked you loose and got you out of the Watchtower? This is a good time to come on and share your thoughts if you like. We'd love to hear you. Everyone has a story to tell. Everyone does, including myself. And I was so glad to tell people my story on how I left the Watchtower and how that all happened. But I'm sure that you must have a reason why you left. And if you do, we'd love to hear from you. But anyways, I'm glad that we.
Hey, Rick?
Yes.
I have a question for
Sure,
you.
yes.
A little bit about the story you just told.
Yes.
But it kind of turns into what the question about how did you get out? I'm wondering, this person that the Reddit this guy who runs the site, he said that you caused him to go back into the Watchtower. I want to know how that's possible. How could you, no matter what, you don't say anything about returning. How could you make anyone go back into the Watchtower? I don't understand this. Maybe someone else can enlighten me.
Well, no, the reason he thinks I am causing people to go into the Watchtower, back in the Watchtower, including himself, is because I'm full of lies.
Hello, Rick.
And I tell lies. That's why, Susan, So that's so he's saying that I'm lying, and then they can see through it all and they go back in the Watchtower. But that's not true. Thank you, Susan.
Hello, Rick.
Hold on, JP. Susan, you're absolutely right, Susan. Thank you. Yeah, JP, you're on with us.
Yeah, sorry I'm late. I just called in right now.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah, that's good. So that's good, JP. So you want to come on tonight, and I can see an up and coming star here for the 6 Greens. I think it's only a matter of time, and we'll be having you probably hosting your own program here shortly. But I wanted to bring you on tonight. You helped us last week so much. You went to the Long Beach convention. Yeah, I'll tell you what, that's got 6,000 clicks already on YouTube. They enjoyed you coming on, JP, and telling us about the attendance. I'll tell you, you kept people right on the edge of their seat. That video is getting very popular. Lots of clicks on this. So thank you for sharing those thoughts last week, JP.
Sure.
So JP, we want to know. I want you to. What I want you to do is I want you to tell us about yourself, how you came out of the Watchtower, when you came out of the Watchtower. People would like to hear that story.
Sure, Rick. I guess I'll just start from the top. I'm 39. I'm going to be 40 in a couple weeks. And I was raised as a Jehovah's Witness. I woke up about a year and a half ago. But I'll go back to
beginning, real quick, I have, I was the only child from, my parents were only child from a second marriage, so I have siblings on both sides. And all the siblings I have on both sides were raised as Jehovah's Witnesses for the most part as myself. And all except one of them, none of them go anymore or have anything to do with it. And the way my mother came in, her and a lot of my family members from my mother's side, a lot of aunts, uncles, cousins, they all somehow got interested in the Jehovah's Witnesses in the early 70s. And they all came in and got baptized. And even to this day, most of them are still witnesses, and they've been witnesses for at least over 50 years. And my mother, she got baptized, I think, in 1974. So they came in around that time in the organization's history where a lot of people were coming in. And my mother's a very nice, compassionate, loving person. She raised me for the most part, and she was always a very hard worker, very, spiritual woman as far as the organization teaches us, and very, very nice person. So on my father's side, I'm actually a third generation witness because of him. My grandparents first became associated with Jehovah's Witnesses around the late 1930s, early 40s, and they remained witnesses their whole life. My father was raised a witness, and I would say probably about sometime in his early 40s, a little after I was born. They actually had me a little later in age, him and my mother. When I was young, about 9 or 10 months old, they ended up getting separated, and then they eventually got divorced, and my father was disfellowshipped, and not long after that, he was known as an apostate. And this was probably in the mid 80s or so. And the only thing I know about that is my mom used to tell me that he would have this apostate book that he was reading and stuff. And I don't really know which one it was. I never had the chance to ask him. I don't know if it was maybe a Crisis of Conscience or Apocalypse Delayed or something like that. So he was, after they got divorced, it wasn't too long till he moved out of California. That's where we're from. And he ended up moving to the other side of the country, to West Virginia. So my mother raised me for the most part as a Jehovah's Witness. And I would go visit my father every summer vacation and winter break. And it was a pretty normal upbringing for the most part. And then I would say about when I was 13 years old, that's when I was baptized. And I went to go visit my father, and I knew he was an apostate, and I just got baptized. So what I did was I talked to the local elders in our hall, and they knew the situation with my father and that. So they ended up contacting the headquarters, and they got a hold of a congregation that was in West Virginia by my father. And they told them my situation, that I was going to visit my father, and he was an apostate, and I was just baptized. So they made sure that there was somebody that was going to pick me up to go to all the meetings for the 2 weeks that I was there to visit him. So I was going to the midday week meeting, the book study, the Sunday meeting. And then on top of that, I was even going out in service on Saturday and maybe even one day during the week. So my 2-week visit with my father was almost virtually nothing, and he was kind of upset about it, and he was very disappointed that I had recently been baptized. And I can remember we went to the airport, and he was going to I was going to go back home, and I was pretty much telling him that since I was baptized and he was an apostate, that I can no longer have nothing to do with him anymore. And I was serious, and that was what happened. Little did I know now that was going to be the last time I was ever going to see him again. And what happened was felt really bad. He was upset. I remember I was telling him on the way to the airport, we're driving there, everything, and all he was just telling me was that I love you, son, I love you, and no matter what happens, I just want to let you know that I always love you. And so I took off and never seen him again, but he would try to reach out to me over the years, and I shunned him for the next 20 years. And eventually we got reconnected a couple years back when I was in my early 30s, and we talked a little bit, and I still knew he was a little opposed to the organization and stuff. He was just, now I can realize he was just trying to help me, but he was just trying to tell me to look up the history and just look on YouTube what's going on with the organization. And I said, there's nothing you need to tell me that I don't know about the organization, Dad, you know. I would tell him stuff like that. And so for a few years, we reconnected, but it wasn't nothing too much. We would talk maybe once or twice a year. And it wasn't too long after that, maybe just a few years after that he ended up getting cancer, and he got really sick, and he got terminal cancer, and he died. And even up until the end, when he told me, and he probably only had a month to live, I was calling him maybe just like once or twice a week, and I should have called him more. But the thing that probably bothers me the most is that about a little over a year after he died, that's actually when I woke up, and it's messed up, because after waking up, I realized I shouldn't have done that, and just a lot of things. And I look, and I wonder, like, why didn't I wake up a year and a half before he passed away? I would have had so much more closure, you know, from what happened. So that's kind of the story of my father. So I regret that I couldn't say I'm sorry for shunning him. And also, I wish I could have asked him, you know, how did he wake up, and what was that book that you were reading and stuff? I would love to have asked him and known what happened and how he found out all that information and back in like the 80s. So I never had the opportunity to do that. And that's the one thing that really hurts the most from the shunning aspect. So anyways, going back to my story, like I was saying, I was baptized at 13, and I shunned my dad for most of my life. I was raised as a witness, and I would say about 17 years old, I quit going to meetings, and I was later disfellowshipped when I was 19. And pretty much what I was doing, I was just nothing terrible. I was just hanging out with worldly people and going to parties and concerts and shows with kids, other kids my age, and that's something that's typical and normal of people that age. You know, I was getting in a little trouble here and there, but nothing too serious. And I ended up getting disfellowship. They never really told me why, but I would just assume that it was probably for hanging out with bad association. So, because what the elders tried to meet with me, and they told me, you know, you can't be hanging out with these people and going up and down with them and that. And I pretty much told them, I said, well, I'm not going to quit hanging out with them, and I'm going to keep going out. And that you can't tell that to the elders. So they ended up disfellowshipping me. And not long after that, I was hanging out with a wild bunch of people, a bunch of hooligans and other stuff. And were getting in a lot of trouble and other stuff. So I was getting in quite a bit of trouble. And about 22 years old, I decided to go back to the truth, as we would call it. I wanted to go back because I'd gotten in some legal issues and I was in some trouble with the law and other stuff. Things weren't going very well. And one thing I want to mention is that the times that I had been before I woke up, that a lot of the times when I wasn't around witnesses or an active witness, I was always a pony. I was always physically out but mentally in. So I believed it with my whole heart that this was the truth. So I ended up coming back when I was 22. I got reinstated. Prior to coming back, I was trying to be on the straight and narrow. I was straightening out my life little by little. And when you get reinstated, usually, I don't know if it's in every situation or circumstance, but a lot of times the elders will want to study with you for a couple months, maybe 3 to 6 months, just to encourage you since you've been reinstated recently, and maybe give you some kind of spiritual foundation or something. So I've been reinstated, and I was studying with these elders every Saturday, and maybe about a month and a half had gone by, and then all of a sudden I get this call from one of my old friends who wasn't a witness, and he asked me, he said, "Hey, it's been a long time. I haven't seen you. We should hang out just for a little bit. I'm going to my band practice. You want to go with me?" So I said, "Sure, I'll go with you." So I went with him and enjoyed the band practice. And then a little later that evening, we found out, hey, somebody else we know is having a little party and stuff. So go over there. Let's go over there. So I said, you know what? I'll go over there. As long as I make it home by the evening for that Bible study tomorrow. Very important. Very important. At least at the time it was to me. So we go there. We have a nice time. And I didn't end up making it home that night. My friend couldn't drive. So we did what we're supposed to do. We stayed the night there. So I wake up the next morning and everybody was up quite late, and it's early, and I know, these elders are going to come study with me. I just been reinstated, and I was feeling guilty. I was like, I know I shouldn't have been hanging out with these worldly people, these old friends, and I shouldn't have been here hanging out, drinking and whatever with these people. So right then and there, that fog started coming over me, that fear, obligation, and guilt. So I was like, man, I have to get home. I'm going to get in trouble. So my friend who drove me there, he was still asleep. So I'm trying to wake him up, and eventually I woke him up, and clearly he probably couldn't drive, and hadn't even only been asleep a couple hours. So I was telling him, I have to get home. There's something very important I have to do. So he gets up, and we're on off back home. And about halfway home, he falls asleep at the wheel, and we get in this terrible car accident. We end up crashing into the side of a mountain, and the car flipped several times. Fortunately for him, he was okay. Nothing happened to him. Unfortunately for me, I got really hurt. I almost got my arm ripped off, and several other things happened to me. So I had to get airlifted to a trauma center. And I'm just a little over a month being reinstated. So I'm getting airlifted to a trauma center because I went out. And I get to the trauma center, and one of the first things they're telling me, you're going to need surgery right now, emergency surgery. And then they tell me, you're going to need a blood transfusion right now. So I tell them I can't take a blood transfusion because I'm a Jehovah's Witness. And they were kind of not having it. And I told them, there's a card in my wallet. Just look at that card and it'll explain everything that you need to do. Simple as that. And I remember they looked at the card and just just kind of threw it away. It was like, this is meaningless. You've lost a lot of blood. You've been in a serious accident. You need a blood transfusion. And the anesthesiologist was explaining, I'm going to put you under, and if I do, without you getting a blood transfusion, you may not wake up. So I told him, I can't get blood. I'm not going to take blood. End of story. So luckily, I ended up surviving. Maybe by the grace of God, of course, by the grace of God, I survived. And I ended up not taking blood. So after that, I thought that was, wow, that was such a close call. And over the next year or so, I had many different surgeries and other stuff, trying to recover. And after that all happened, I kind of thought that, well, maybe this is like a second chance that Jehovah's given me and stuff, and I really have to prove myself worthy. So from there on out, I would say for the next 7 or 8 years, I was really involved in the organization a lot. I was doing a lot of regional work, maintenance work at the Kingdom Hall. I was never appointed as a ministerial servant or an elder or anything like that. And one of the reasons and holding me back probably from that was I loved, at that time, I liked doing things for the organization and the friends, as we would call them. And I was always doing a lot of stuff, but I did not like going out in the door-to-door work or the ministry. So I never could get that hour requirement that they wanted. So I was always getting maybe 6 to 8 hours. I was never getting over the 10 hours, but I was always doing the maintenance at the Kingdom Hall and helping out. And I had several assignments. I was always doing the sound system, the microphones, the stage. I was even on the list to do fill in for people that weren't able to make it to the ministry school, like an impromptu talk. So on top of the talks that I was assigned, I was constantly giving those. Even like one night, I had a talk in the main hall, like the number 2, the Bible reading. And then I had to run to the second hall because I was filling in for somebody that had missed the third. I was doing an impromptu talk. So I was very active with that. And then there was a while where I was going to the Spanish congregation. I never joined the Spanish congregation, but I was going there to try to get better at Spanish and learn the language a little better. And at that time, too, I was going to 2 meetings, like double meeting it. I was going to the meeting in the morning, my English meeting, and then going to the Spanish meeting. I was doing all these fill-in talks. I was doing all this work, and it went on for about 8 years. And then all of a sudden, I don't know what happened to me. Looking back now, I think, well, maybe I had some kind of a breakdown or something. I was definitely burned out. I was like this train on high speed for the organization, and I just derailed one day, came off the tracks. And one day I just woke up, and I don't know what was wrong with me. I had no motivation even to get out of bed or anything, and I didn't even go to work that day. And I knew that I had a talk at the Kingdom Hall, and I called the overseer who was in charge of the ministry school, and I told him I wasn't going to be able to give my part that night. I wasn't going to make his meeting, and that wasn't like me because usually I was the one that was filling in for people that were missing. And after that, that was literally the last meeting, or that wasn't even, I didn't even go to that meeting, but whatever meeting I went to before that, that was the last meeting I went to for years. I would just go to the conventions and then like the memorial and then maybe the CO talk on Sunday. And I don't really know what happened. The elders were very concerned. They came over to my house a few weeks after, and they kept asking me what was wrong with me, why don't I go to meetings anymore, and what happened, because a lot of people will fade away or they'll become inactive, but it's very gradual and like a slow thing. for me, I just stopped, and I kept telling the elders, I don't know what's wrong with me. I just can't go anymore. I can't do it. And they couldn't seem to understand. They couldn't just seem to understand. Like, I can't go no more. I can't do this. And it's not like I didn't believe in Jehovah anymore or all that stuff. It's just, I was so exhausted and burned out, and in some ways kind of sad and depressed, and they just couldn't get it. They kept asking me, well, is there some kind of secret sin that you're engaged in or something? Because if you are, sometimes that'll make you not want to go to meetings. And I'm like, no, brothers, it's nothing like that. I don't want to go right now. I can't go. And they couldn't take that for an answer. So finally they went away after several months. They quit bugging me. And then I would say about for the next 7 or 8 years, went on to almost the point that I'm at now. And I was just pretty much what they would consider inactive. But at the same time, I was always a pony. I was always physically up, mentally in. I always had in the back of my mind, I need to get back to the meetings and stuff, even though I got a little burned out. I always thought it was the truth. And this is where I need to be and where I need to get back to. So I would say around late 2019, that's when I really made a serious consideration to go back to the organization. And then, so I started going to a few meetings. And then a little bit after that, then the pandemic hit. Is there anything you want to ask me, Rick, up until this point, until I actually tell you the part how I actually woke up?
Well, I have to tell you, JC, that, boy, I tell you what, people are listening in like crazy. I didn't realize you went through this much. I never realized that you were in an auto accident, and what pressure that must have been on you. I can't imagine. I mean, wanting to connect with the witnesses again, and the blood situation, and you could die if you didn't take it. That had to be one of the worst moments in your life, JP.
Yeah, at the time, I had some kind of a strength or a high, that I thought that Jehovah was giving me strength. I don't know what was getting me through it at the time, but since I've woken up, there's been several things that I've had to deal with since waking up. But one of those things was that I actually had to look back, and I was like, wow, I caused this terrible accident. Was pretty much my fault. I caused it. I knew my friend shouldn't have driven. It was my fault. And then I'm still dealing with these health issues to this day. And then also I realized, like, wow, I almost died for nothing, after realizing that the whole blood doctrine is unscriptural, and it was just, from one of the presidents of Watchtower that just came up with this just to make the organization seem a lot different and more cult-like. So I've had to deal with that too, which it's okay. I'm glad I have been able to kind of dwell on it and realize, like, wow, I really almost did die for nothing. But I'm so glad that I am where I'm at now, that I was able to survive that and I didn't die for that. But I look at, like, that magazine we were talking about earlier, I see all those poor kids that died, and I just feel sad for that, because maybe I should have died and one of them should have, stayed alive, because most of those, I was already in my early 20s when that happened to me, but those were kids. And that's really sad, after going through that, realizing how many people have just died for this.
Well, what I'm sitting back here listening, JP, and what I'm extracting from this, and I'm going to ask everyone listening here tonight to YouTube and the various platforms we're on. I want you to put yourself in JP's position. The Watchtower really had JP wrapped around their little finger. And I'm not saying that in a critical way, JP. And all of us were wrapped around the finger of the Watchtower at one point. But geez, what you went through with your father dying, the tragic accident, wanting to come back in, it would be hard to even live a normal life undergoing all of this. So your life must have been very turbulent at that time. You must have been experiencing things that were just hard to deal with, I would imagine. Huh?
Yeah, definitely. It was just a discomfort of recovering, and then a lot of other stuff. And I was still, even recovering, I was still trying to do as much as I could for the organization, and still keeping up with almost all my assignments and stuff I had, even though I was in a lot of pain, and sometimes I would have to just deliver my assignment over the phone or something, call in like for my talk. They would let me do that sometimes.
Well, I think what's fascinating to me the most, I mean, you really, now I've heard many stories of people that leave the Watchtower, then they go back in. But what would you say was the main reason? Was it your father dying and you kind of felt kind of guilty over that caused you to go back in? What was the main reason why you went back in, PJ?
Well, I was always, even when I refused the blood transfusion, it was because I really believed it. So even with death in front of me, I really truly believed that this was the truth. I was going to die for that. So the whole time I was always, even away, I was still mentally in. So I always kind of wanted to come back. And even when I was not a witness and I would be hanging out with people that weren't witnesses, I always kind of had a mentality of a witness. So it was just something that was inbred from me from my youth, from the day I was born. I always thought that this was the only thing. So even after my father passed and stuff, I thought that this was for real. And what started waking me up was after the pandemic happened, or a little before that, like I was telling you, around late 2019, I would say around December, I started going to a few meetings. And then it wasn't too long after that to where everything just ended. The whole world was shut down and everything was on Zoom. And those 7 or 8 years that I was inactive, where I was still mentally in but physically out, I would just go to the convention and stuff, but I really wasn't tuned in to the broadcast. I knew that I was aware that it was something, but I didn't really watch it and stuff. So once COVID happened, that's when I started tuning into a few meetings on Zoom, and I was looking at a lot of the new books, and I was like, wow, this is like nothing. These are, compared to the books we used to get and the information, it was really a whole lot of nothing. And after that, at the same time, of looking at the newer literature, I was listening to some of the Zoom meetings, and then I started tuning into the broadcasting because that's where all the information was coming from the organization as to what we're going to do and all that. And once I started looking at the broadcasting, I couldn't believe what was going on because I never had really watched it. And I said, what in the world is this? This is like televangelism. And when I was watching it, I would scroll through the channel sometimes, and like the 700 Club or something would pop up, and I would watch it for a few minutes and just laugh at it. And so when I started watching the broadcasting, I was like, wow, this is the JW version of the 700 Club. And everything that they would always talk against televangelism in the 80s and 90s and having music videos, and they have these dramatizations and almost like soap operas with these characters that people follow that aren't even real or don't even exist. So I almost couldn't believe it. And I had a hard time really trying to come back to the organization because I really wanted to. So I said, you know what, I almost can't handle this, but I still have a desire to come back. So I said, well, I want to try to encourage myself. What was really encouraging to me when I was growing up that led me to being baptized and all that. And then, so I started going back and I was looking at some of the old books, like the Live Forever book. That was the book that I got baptized on. And it was the very tail end of the Live Forever book. I think at the following district convention after that, that's when the knowledge book came out, and that was the main teaching book. So I was at the very tail end of that, I guess, that generation that studied the Live Forever book. And when I started looking at that, I was like, wow, there's a lot of stuff that we don't believe in anymore, and things have changed. I was like, wow, that's interesting and a little disturbing too. How can things change so much? Because I had been at the conventions when it was a circuit assembly when they introduced the idea for the overlapping generation, and I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, they really ended the generation almost, or changed it. And then they said that there was going to be further notice that, because it was a circuit overseer that gave the talk, and he was saying that there was going to be a Watchtower coming out maybe in about 6 months that we're going to clarify some of the things that he was introducing. And I remember even after that circuit assembly, it was very quiet. Usually it's very loud and a lot of talking and chitter chatter. But after after that, after the last prayer, it was just kind of quiet, and people were just kind of saying, well, what was that all about the generation? I don't know. I guess we're going to have to wait for that new Watchtower to come out, and we'll know.
Well, I have to tell you, JP, that really that generation, the overlapping generation, that got a lot of people to exit the Watchtower. Now, look at we do have a lot of people still listening in tonight. We have people on a telephone line. I would love to have people talk to you, encourage you, and let you know that you are now in good company. You're in the company of apostates, and we're glad to have you part of our group, JP. So let's open up the lines. What would you like to say to JP? My goodness, he's been telling his story here for. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, wrap it up, and then we'll. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so what happened was that I couldn't handle this. I was looking into like a lot of the old publications and stuff, and then I started reading like even the Proclaimers book and stuff. So this is what really turned me over. I was reading the Proclaimers book, and I was like, wow, there's a lot of history that I don't remember reading this. So what I wanted to do, I couldn't handle seeing these new governing body members. So I said, you know what, I'm going to go on YouTube, and I'm going to search some of these old, leaders of Watchtower. So I said, I'm going to go on YouTube, and I started typing in like Nathan Noor talks. And sure enough, it would pop up. I would listen to his talk and Fred Franz. And then I said, I wonder if there's any older ones like Judge Rutherford or something. So I typed it in, and sure enough, it popped up. And I said, wow, this is quite different. I don't know a lot of what he's talking about. And then the thing was, what really woke me up was I finally said, I wonder if there's any Russell talks on YouTube. So I typed in Charles Russell, and first video that pops up is this man standing next to this giant pyramid. And I said, you know what, I remember something like that from the Proclaimers book. So then I wasn't sure to look on the video, but I said, well, why not? And then I looked in there, and then I have a lot of old literature and publications from my family. I even got some of the old studies in the scriptures. So I checked it out, and Thy Kingdom Come, I have a few copies of that. And sure enough, even in the other copies, you can see where he changed the inches just to change the years. It was crazy. And I had no clue. I never even bothered to really look into these books. So then after that happened, And I recognized a lot of these things, like with the pyramid and other stuff, because when my father died, I got this family Bible that's a little over 150 years old, and there's a lot of information there about my family, and they were from the Pennsylvania, West Virginia area, and a lot of them were Freemasons. They were actually Knights Templar in the York way, same one that supposedly, which I do believe that Russell was a part of. And looking further into that, I realized that it goes even further back from my grandparents that were associated with witnesses in the 30s and stuff. It probably goes back further to the Bible students, possibly even their parents. So I found out all that, and I had been doing, so since I knew that, I got that information from that family Bible. I had already been doing a lot of research and stuff on secret societies like the Freemasons and the Skull and Bones and Rosicrucians. So once I started seeing that stuff in that video, I was like, something's wrong here. And then that just leads from one thing to another. It takes you to, then you find out that their whole, the chronology is wrong with 607, and that doesn't make any sense. And then you find out about the United Nations, and then about the Osborne Roy Commission and CSA. And even in the congregation growing up as a child, there was several pedophiles in the congregation and a lot of people that were hurt, and it just all got swept under the bus as to not bring reproach on Jehovah's name. So I knew that that was true. And pretty much here I am now. I woke up and I found Six Screens. I don't think I started listening to Six Screens for maybe about a year after I woke up. I think one of the very first channels I found was probably Critical Thinkers, I think, and then maybe this one called Telltale Atheist. Those are one of the first ones that I found, and then later I just started tuning into Six Screens. But Six Screens was like a totally different thing once I found it. I was like, well, what is this? This is not just information video. This is actually like a real people interacting and stuff. So when I first tuned in, I really didn't know what to think about it, and I would tune into Six Screens periodically. And then after a while, I just started relating to a lot of callers and stuff, and I just started tuning in a lot. And next thing you know, I almost, there's a Saturday that I don't have Six Screens. I'm like, oh, I wonder what happened on the show, you know? But that's where I am right now. I had to deconstruct over the last year just from the whole, everything that we've been taught that was wrong, and just really coming to terms that it was completely wrong. But I've always tried to, I know a lot of witnesses that leave, they become agnostic or atheist, but I'm still a Christian. But it's taken a little over a year, and I started going to a non-denominational Christian fellowship church, and since February I just started checking it out, and it's all very different. And I realized that we always pride ourselves as witnesses that we know so much about the Bible and stuff. And once I really got exposed to what Christianity really is, I really realized I didn't know nothing about the Bible. And this is all very new to me, and I'm still learning a lot. A lot of the people at the church and stuff have really helped me a lot, because even things as simple as what it means to be saved, I really didn't understand or know that as a witness, because it's so far from what Christianity really is that once you're out, when you realize it, I mean, I don't even know what to think. I was raised as a witness, so that's all I knew. And so this is all a new experience, but I'm just letting the Lord guide me, and I'm just trying to stay, reading the Bible and stuff like that, and trying to hold on to something. I really don't desire to become an atheist or an agnostic if I can,
Well, I mean, really a great story, PJ. You did a wonderful job, and people really are concerned that listening to you tonight. There's a lot of people that have been on the edge. They want to leave the Watchtower, then they don't. But we're glad you're out of it now. So let's bring on 203. I believe that's Carrie. What do you have to say, Carrie? What do you want to say to PJ?
Hi, PJ. I'm Carrie. I'm in the suite. I just wanted to ask you a question. Do you still carry guilt about your father?
Yeah, even when Rick asked me if I wanted to come on and stuff, and I said sure, I wasn't even expecting it, and since yesterday I've been kind of preparing myself and thinking about my whole story and what I was going to say, and geez, I tell you that really when you kind of forget about stuff, but thinking over the last day or so, my whole things I've gone through, it kind of was almost a bit overwhelming for a little bit, and I did have to shed some tears and stuff. But yeah, I feel guilty because I shouldn't have. It wasn't. Waking up, I shouldn't have did that. I really shouldn't have. Even when he was really sick, and I still viewed him as an apostate, and that he was still a dangerous person. Because even when he was dying, even the couple times that I talked to him, even before he was dying, one of the last few things he told me was to, like, research witnesses and look them up. And looking back, I was like, he really cared about me that much that he was concerned. He didn't want me to keep going and live out the rest of my life being stuck in this. And that was one thing before he died that was important, and was to tell me, to look at, to research witnesses and that, and that kind of reinforced, like, oh man, he's an apostate, even on almost his deathbed, that he's still even talking against the organization. But no, he was trying to warn me, he was trying to help me. And yeah, I feel guilty. And like I was saying, like, I woke up just a little over a year after he died, and I'm like, why? I was like, why, God? Why couldn't I just wake up like a year and a half or so before he died? I would have been able to been with him the whole time he was dying. I actually probably would have went out there and stayed with him, and we would have been able to, start a relationship up again, and I would have been able to apologize to him for being the way I was. But at the same time, I understand that I was raised like this, and I was indoctrinated, and that's what I was taught, and I didn't really know and understand even up until the time he died. So, I mean, what to think now? I can just talk about it and think about it, but it's too late. He's not here. I can't call him up after the show and tell him I'm sorry,
You know what, JP? I've lived a long life. I was involved a long time. Now, I sacrificed myself and my children on the altar of the Jehovah's Witness God. I carried a lot of guilt for what had happened in the result, for the result of what happened to my children as they grew up and got older, and what happened to them, and including myself. But I'll tell you something. I finally came to the realization that I had to forgive myself, and it was very tearfully. I'm not kidding. I carried guilt for years and years. I'm 80 now, and I still, I think it took a long time. But once you forgive yourself, I literally got on my knees, and I cried. And I reached out, and you know what? I feel better today. I know that I have no control over their lives and what has happened to them. But to forgive yourself is very important. And you go to God with that on your knees. And I think you're going to be fine. I completely understand, and I do. So you take care of yourself now. And it took a lot of courage to come on, because I know what it is. You're triggered all over the place when you have to relive this. So you take care.
Thanks, Gary. God bless you.
Yeah, God bless you, honey. Bye-bye.
Well, yes, Kurt. Well, what would you like to say to JP? I mean, he was really stuck on Watchtower teachings for quite a while, wanted to exit, then he kind of gets sucked back in. Well, what would you say to JP, Kurt?
I loved his story. Some sadness in the story with his father. I just wanted to remind him he was doing what the Watchtower at the time, what he was doing is what they encourage, and that's shunning in the family, which is very terrible. And it's sad. But I think, for my 2 cents, he'll see his father, the family will be reunited in the resurrection. But I really enjoyed, and I think JP's a really good, he sounds like he's a really good man. I've talked to him a little bit before and heard him on 6 Screen. I really like JP. Okay, thank you, Rick.
Well, thank you, Kurt.
Thank you, Kurt.
Okay, so we have 714. You want to come on? Come on, 714.
Hi, JP. It's Nadine.
Hi, Nadine. How you doing?
I'm good. I was listening to your story, and it was really heartbreaking to hear about your dad, because you did not tell me that part of your story before, so I didn't know about that. That is so sad. And it just shows how many years get wasted because of the shunning policy. And so anyways, I just wanted to call in and say hi to you.
Thank you.
Hi,
Thank you.
Hi, this is Joe. Hello,
Hi, Joe.
This is Joe. Hi, JP. I find myself potentially in the same situation as your father was, and
yeah,
I would reassure my family that we were all victims of something far greater than our control, and that we haven't. It's nothing we've done or do against each other. But there's something that we all have to be for each other. Your father was for you, as I am for my children. And I'm sure my children are doing what they know is right. And I truly believe that. And I don't hold that against them at all. In fact, I would commend them for doing what they think is right. And I'm sure you were in that situation, that commendable situation. At the time, it seemed right. And it's just the way it is. It was the way it is. It was for us. It was for me as a father. And it was for you. It was for you as a son. It's that way for my children right now. They think they're doing what's right. We can't do any better than that. We can do no better than that. And we can understand that with each other. And that's the thing that I'm going to reassure my family with. And honestly, I think your father would reassure you the same way, that you were doing what you knew was right. And we all go forward with that. We have to accept the fact that there's something over us that is way beyond our ability to understand at the time. And our hindsight is always better than your foresight. You know, there's a saying that says, experience is something that you needed, that you get right after you needed it the most. It's just that way. It's just that way. We all go forward. And regardless of however it turns out with my family, what remains, we're all doing what was right and trying to. And I know you were. I know you were. And your father knows you were too.
Yeah. That's why I'm glad I can talk to you and Fran on a regular basis, Joe, because you're almost experiencing what I did to my father, and I can talk to you about it, and you can understand because you're experiencing it, and you give me a lot of comfort, and it helps a lot, even though he's not here. But I feel like by talking to you, I'm almost speaking to him and telling him that I didn't mean that, you know.
I know.
I didn't know better. I didn't.
I'm sure he knows that too, Jerry. I'm sure he knows that.
I know he does, Joe. I know he does.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, keep going forward in strength, and I know you are.
We love you, Jerry, and thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
You're helping a lot of people.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
You too. I really love you both, and I'm always praying for you and everybody too that's on Six Screens, because I know that we're all going through different stuff and we're all in different situations. But I really do pray for everybody on Six Screens, including Rick and Susan and everybody, because it's not going to be easy. But at the same time, I think as long as we continue to pray for each other and we come here and we try to bring something positive to the show and stuff, that we're all going to be okay.
You're absolutely right. The love we share is more powerful than we even know, and we are more than we think we are. And we're finding that out, and we'll continue to. Really appreciate you, JP.
Thank you. I love you both.
Well, JP, I have to tell you, Joe was spot on. I loved his comment. Joe was a very reasonable man, and what he said here tonight is the voice of reason. And your father would understand. Your father would understand your position, JP. If your father didn't hate you, it's the same thing I feel about my daughter right now, who is a staunch Jehovah's Witness. I understand the reason behind what she's going through. I get it because of the Watchtower. So even though your dad was out of the Watchtower and you were in it, he got it. He understood, but he loved you, JP. He wasn't holding you hostage. I want you to know that. And he died knowing it wasn't you. It was the Watchtower that had hold of you. So don't beat yourself up about it. Try not to feel guilty about it. Your father knew darn well it wasn't you. It wasn't you as his son. It was simply the fact that he knew the Watchtower had control over you, as it does so many people. Well, that's wonderful. I mean, Joe was right on spot on. I enjoyed listening to his comment. Who would like to come on? You want to come on? You want to say hello to JP? We got about 10 minutes left here. I think it was a wonderful story. We love to hear stories, don't we? We love to hear stories about how people have been touched by the tentacles of the Watchtower. And JP gave a story tonight, and, I never heard the whole story. But I'm sitting back here and I'm saying, that was a very, very difficult story to tell. Thank you, JP. Okay, we have 732.
Hello?
New Jersey, come on with us. Is that you?
Hey, yes.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Hi, JP. How you doing?
I'm doing okay, thank you. How you doing?
Okay, I've been listening to your story since you first started talking. I was never a witness, but I studied with them. I was a publisher for a few years, and I studied the book you mentioned, the Live Forever book.
Uh-huh.
That's the book that's the book I studied under, and then I'm older than you. I'm 42.
Oh,
and
just
I started I started waking up since 2010. And I've been a born again Christian since, and I'm glad, that you woke up. But it's sad that you never got a chance to, be with your father, but now he's up there. He understands. Where you from, JP? Which state are you from?
I'm calling in here from California.
Oh, okay. Is that what you've been all your life?
Yeah, I've been born and raised in California, and then my dad lived out here, but my family actually came from the West Virginia area, so that's eventually where he ended up moving later. So when I would go visit him, it would be out there in West Virginia.
Oh, okay, I see. Are you married and have any kids?
No, I never been married. Don't have any kids, but
Oh, okay.
we'll see how things go now that I know that I don't have to worry about Armageddon coming.
Yeah, well, it was nice. It was nice talking to you. Have a good night. All right. And I can ask, Rick, are you there?
I'm here. Yes.
You raised 5 children to the Watchtower, right?
I'm sorry.
You raised 5 children to the Watchtower.
Oh, that's correct. Yeah.
How many of them are still in?
Well, only one.
Only one is still in, really? Oh, wow.
From what I can understand, yeah, only one is still in. So things are getting better. I'm not complaining. It's wonderful. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, the others, did they wake up also, or they just fade away? I mean,
well, I
don't
want to get too deep into it because they're still kind of on the edge, so they want to be careful. But
okay.
Yeah, for the most part.
Okay, I understand.
For the most part, I mean, they're beginning to see what's going on behind the curtains.
Yeah, I understand. All right.
Thank you for asking.
Thank you, Rick. No problem.
Okay, we have got. Well, looks like we got 661. You want to speak up? 661. Go ahead. You're on with us. All right, 978. 978. Come on. You're on with us, Dick.
Yeah, hi. It's Connie. Hi, JP. I wanted to say hello to you from me and Rich tonight. And
hi.
Hi, sweetheart. How you doing tonight?
Okay. Nice to hear from you both.
Yeah, thank you, honey. We really enjoyed your testimony. It was really pulled on my heartstrings tonight. I was going to say, honey, as you go through life, I've been out of the organization for almost 40 years, and it's very interesting to learn everybody's journey and testimony. But, JP, I know you're young, okay? You're a young man. You still have your whole life ahead of you. And, what I wanted to tell you is that, as you go through life, you just basically try to make the best decisions that you can in your life at that time. I remember going back to college, and I went back as a reentry student, and I was 30 when I started working on my AA degree. And I remember telling my counselor, Dr. Bernice Lowry, I said, Bernice, I had been one of Jehovah's Witnesses, and I feel like for me it's catch-up time. I'm trying to catch up 12 years that I had been, one of Jehovah's Witnesses and not allowed to go to college. And she said to me, she says, Connie, she said, don't look at life that way. She said, you made the best decision that you could at the time where you were in that time and place. And JP, that I've always remembered that, and that's really carried me well through life. Because, honey, the thing I wanted to say is, you don't ever want to go through life being bitter, angry, or resentful. Because then what happens in that case is your heart becomes like stone, and you get really resentful. Sure. And then you start hating life. You start hating others. Your life ends up being in a very negative place, and it's a downward spiral. And the point I'm trying to make, honey, is it all starts in your mind. It's your mindset. Yeah, you can have a lot of, regrets. You can have things that, I shoulda, coulda, woulda. But you know what, honey, for any of us, where we are today, if we could go back, whether you're a witness or not, there's things that all of us would have changed in life. We would have. But unfortunately, life is a journey. And you go through and you're trying to learn how to navigate through life the best way you possibly can. Whether it's a job, or whether it's a relationship, or whether it's marriage, or having children, not having children, how you're going to raise the children.
all those things, all those going to college, not going to college, what kind of career, how you going to support yourself or your family, all those big decisions. And, you don't want to have a shoulda, coulda, woulda. What you want to do, JP, is you want to learn to really love yourself. Your dad really loved you. And he, out of love, said to you, do the research on this organization. He didn't shove it down your throat, but, he really wanted to still, and he did still love you in his own way, I'm sure, because you were his son. You're a part of him. You have his DNA inside of you. So he's always with you, love, that way. But the thing is that, don't look back on it with regrets. Just keep moving forward, JP. Just keep moving forward. And, thank you for sharing your testimony tonight, because I know you've helped a lot of people.
Well, there you go. I mean, JP, we got many people still want to talk to you. Thank you, Constance, for bringing that up. Let's go to 978. We got, okay, I believe it's Susan. Susan, you on with us? Yep.
Yeah, that's me. I was kind of curious, JP. I have two daughters that haven't talked to me in 10 years. And I've been thinking about them so much lately. And I could use your advice as to what did your dad say that, really made you, and what could we say to our family members that might make them aware that they might want to make a better decision in not being in the Watchtower?
Susan, that's kind of tough, because once you're in and indoctrinated, it's really hard, because I can say this, that can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. What I can say is that even though I shunned my father for 20 years, and he would call me every few years, and I would never call him back, even though I'd get those messages, it was very difficult and very painful, because I loved my father. I didn't want to do that. I have so many memories of being young, as a kid, especially when he lived in West Virginia, we would go horseback riding, and he would take me out shooting with him, and we'd go fishing and hang out with the cows, and he used to have this old swing on his patio, and I remember we'd sit under there and watch these crazy thunder and lightning storms that would go through West Virginia, and he would tell me all kinds of stories and stuff. I love my dad so much, but I just want to tell you that what your daughters are doing, it's not easy for them. It's painful. It's extremely painful. But as far as what you can tell them, I don't really know. I don't really know, because once somebody's so indoctrinated in there, I don't really know how to wake them up. One thing I could say about my father, looking back now, I think he went about it kind of the wrong way, and that's one of the things that made me kind of shun him and push him away when I was like 13. I think when I told him I was baptized, and I was already like a teenager, so you already kind of have a rebellious, I'm right, you're wrong spirit, but I was like a 13-year-old indoctrinated Jehovah's Witness, so I had that spirit too with my father, and I was very disrespectful to him, and I just, I don't know, it comes to, and he was telling me, I don't know, he didn't handle it exactly the best way, because we were kind of arguing stuff, and he was telling me all the wrong things that you probably shouldn't tell him. He was telling me that I was brainwashed and that I was in a cult and stuff like that. And I know he didn't know better. And way back then, there wasn't so many XJWs now, and so many, I guess you can say, different experiences and tests that people have had over their loved ones to try to get them out. So there's been all kinds of ways that people have talked to their family And usually you have to be very calm, and we know that when it doesn't work, when you tell them stuff like that, and sure enough, it didn't work for me. And I know my dad didn't mean to say stuff like that, but what I did was really withdraw me from him, and I was like, wow, this guy's a dangerous apostate. That was what I was thinking. And that was under the influence of not only my mother, but she was just going by, and even her, she's still like a victim too. Even how Ray Franz would say, they're victims of victims. And my mother's one too. And she would tell me, your dad's a dangerous guy. You got to watch out for him. And she would pray for me and the elders before I'd go visit my dad. They would say, don't listen to your father, nothing he says. And I look back now and I'm like, how dare those men tell me that? Don't listen to nothing your father tells you. And they used to say, oh, you're a fatherless boy. And I used to accept that. And looking back, I'm like, how dare those men say that? I did have a father and he cared about me, but you guys did this to him and it crushed him. But he was raised in it and he kind of understood what was going on. So I think in some ways he kind of withdrew himself from what the situation was happening because he was raised as a witness. So he knew exactly what was going on. It's not like he was never a witness and I was, and I just became a witness and just started shunning my father one day because I was converted as a witness in my 20s or 30s, and I decided to shun my parents. He was raised in, and he knew exactly what was happening and what was going on. And now I realize that now, but it's a little bit too late. But
yes, he did know, and it's not too late. You mentioned to me that you called him twice a week.
That was when he was, when I found out that he was dying.
That is excellent. That is excellent. And I'm speaking to you from someone who did 3 hospices for 3 beloveds. And when my uncle was dying, I called him once a week. So not every family member is there to do all the hospice work for a beloved. So the fact that you called him twice a week, you did the right thing there. That was good for him, and that was good for you. And don't kick yourself for not doing more.
Thank you, Pixie. I appreciate that. But if I was, I would have called him every day. Now, looking back now that I'm awake, I should have called him every day.
But we can't live in ifs and shoulds. You did a good job. You're a good son to him. And try griefwork.org. I think it's griefwork.org or griefwork.com. And realize you did the best you could at the time. And you were a good son to him. And he was a good father to you. And I'm sorry for your loss. It's either .com or .org.
Okay, I'm writing that down. I'll look into that. Thank you for telling me that. I appreciate that, Pixie.
There's no perfection in the land of this hospice thing. And he was a good father to you, and you were a good son to him, and you got reconnected twice a week at the end. That's pretty good, okay?
Thanks a lot. That means a lot to me. I appreciate that.
Sure.
JP? Twice a week. May I ask Rick a quick question?
Go ahead, Apostle Baby. Good Apostle Baby. What's up, Linda?
May I have 20 minutes?
What's that?
May I have 20 more minutes before I start?
You need 20 more minutes?
Yes, please.
All right. If you can do it in 20 minutes, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
You had me on the edge of my seat, JP. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Linda. You're welcome.
Okay, Debbie, what do you want to say? What do you want to say to JP, Debbie?
Oh, JP, I was just thinking, at least you did get to reconnect with your dad. That's a great thing, because think of how you would have felt if you hadn't had that chance. So think of how happy your dad must have felt that you did reconnect with him. And you gave him some peace there at the end. And that's something truly very special. Sometimes we do the shoulda, woulda, coulda, like she said a minute ago, and we can't do that because if we could have, we would have done something different that we should have done to begin with. So we can't. None of us can go back, and that's why I remember when I was young, I would hear the older people say, "Boy, if I could go back and know what I knew now, I would have done so much stuff different." Well, now guess what? I'm that older person saying that now. If I could only go back and know what I know now, I would have done this and that, you know. And there's so many of us would have done so much different. But you know, a Southern writer once said, "When I knew better, I did better." So once we do know better, we need to do better, because if we don't, then we never learned anything. So you have learned from it, and then if you go forth and you have a child, you'll know how you felt and how you would want to raise your child. And I love you, JP.
Hey, I love you, Debbie. Thank you so much for those kind words.
Oh, you're welcome.
Sweet. Thank you.
Well, JP, I mean, really, you got a lot of people out there that really love you, JP. And I mean, we love you here at the Six Screens, and you are a sincere-minded man. And we really appreciate you coming on here and giving your story and calling in last week. And we're really proud to have you part of the network here. So anyways, JP, we really have got to bring the program to a close. I hate to do it, but does anyone else, before we close out here with JP, does anyone else want to speak up? Say hello to JP. If they would speak up right now, you're on with us. JP, yes, go ahead. What would you like to say to JP?
Hey, JP, it's Eric, and I just wanted to say thanks for your testimony, man. And
hey, buddy,
JP and I are good friends, and we talked last night with my wife and I, Desiree. And thanks for everything you had to say tonight and bring into the show. And love you, man. And I just wanted to bring love to you and to Rick and everybody, calling in tonight, Debbie and whoever else. But I really appreciate you, man, telling your story, because every time somebody gets the courage to tell what happened to them or their experience, it encourages all of us. So thank you, brother.
Hey, you're welcome. And I could really say that after talking tonight, even since I woke up, I never planned on ever telling what happened with me in my life, except on personal conversations. I talked to a lot of people, especially thanks to Joe and Fran, but I talked to a lot of people like Eric and Debbie and a lot of different people that call it Six Screens and other ones that I was introduced to from them. And it's been very helpful and stuff, and I'm glad that we can have conversations like that, and people can call in the Six Screens, like the man that called in earlier on Rick's show for the first time. I can't remember his name right offhand, but I know I was listening to him, and I could really feel for him coming out and knowing that he's been sick with leukemia and other stuff. So I'm definitely going to be praying for him. So there's a lot of people that are coming out of that. So it's encouraging to know that we're kind of like a small or large, support group, or here for each other, that we have each other's back. And it doesn't matter what happens. Even if you have a bad day at work, there's always going to be somebody here that's going to have your back. And that's not always how it was when we were witnesses, especially depending on the status that we're in our organization. Some people are shunned, and they don't have no friends or family or anything, so they don't have nobody to call in that. So I'm glad that we have people from this channel, and throughout other XJW places that we can connect with people. It's really a blessing, and we really need to help each other, and that's kind of what I'm trying to do. It's not easy. Even when I call in, and the first time I called in, it was really scary, and it was like that even sometimes. Even right now, it's not really the easiest thing to do, but I know that it's in some ways necessary, not only for myself. It's been very helpful and cathartic for me to be able to do this, and I feel like I've almost got like some kind of something weight released off me, that I've been able to tell that, and that's all I can really say. I really don't know what else to say, but I'm glad who's ever listening and who was ever able to listen tonight, and anybody that called in and said something very nice to me. I'm just really grateful for that, and I really hope that if this can help anybody, and if I can help anybody, I'm here for everybody in whatever way that I can be.
Well, JP, I have to tell you, you've been helping people, and I'm the guy here. I'm the scorekeeper. I have the control panel here. I can see what's going on. But last week, I mean, you're helping people tonight, but last week was phenomenal. You helped so many people when you reported the Long Beach convention and what was going on. People were on the edge of their seat. You are helping more people than you think. You're a very humble man. I mean, I never got to meet you personally, but the more I talk to you, the more I listen to you. You are quite the man. You really, really are. You've got a nice, humble attitude. You have a very easy way about you. That's commendable, JP. And we're so glad that you were able to come on tonight and tell your story. So, JP, what would be the last thing you want to tell people tonight before you leave?
Oh wow, Rick, you didn't prepare me for that, but
Yeah.
I just want to tell everybody just to pray for each other, and to be here for the community, for people that are leaving, and to be patient with your family, such as you, Rick, and Susan. You both have some of your children that are in. I know Joe and Fran, they have all their children that are in, and a lot of people are going through stuff. I still have a quarter of my family in. So I would say the only thing I would ask is everybody, let's pray. Like tomorrow, let's all just have a day of prayer for each other tomorrow. Tomorrow is Sunday, so let's all enjoy our day tomorrow, Sunday, but let's all keep each other in mind on our struggles, and let's pray for our family that are still in the organization, that our Lord Jesus Christ will bring them out, or who, even if you're not a believer, just, we're going to pray for you, and then pray that they'll come out and they'll be liberated and free, whether they choose to, become Christians, or just choose to go on without anything like that. But they're much more better than being in there, regardless on how they end up, I would say. So I would say let's just all pray for that tomorrow, and keep each other in our mind tomorrow, Sunday.
Hey, that's wonderful. What you just said there, JP, really elevates your position in my mind. I thank you for saying that. And I also appreciate the fact that you brought up about Ray, the man that was on earlier, and how he had leukemia, and how he's just left the Watchtower recently. And Ray, JP said he's praying for you. We're praying for you. We really are, JP. I know that you're still on here. I can see you in the YouTube chat, and you say you can't sleep. But Ray, thank you for coming on tonight. And we're all, and I like what JP just said. Let's all pray for one another. And you know something, even so many people listening in, oh, Rick, I'm not a Christian, I can't pray. Have you ever tried it? Have you ever tried it? It's powerful. That's what we all need. We all need prayer. JP, you're a good man. Don't you ever change. You keep upholding the principles of truth. Thank you very much for coming on tonight. Thank you, JP.
Thank you, Rick. God bless.
All righty. Well, there you go. I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, what a program, right? Boy, we have people come on, they tell their stories. He's a remarkable person. He's going to go a long way in life. A man like that has God's blessings, and a man like that has nowhere to go but up. He's going to do good in life. Thank you, JP. Well, anyways, I'm glad you enjoyed the program tonight. We got Linda James. Well, she's your favorite apostate. She's going to be coming on here very, very shortly. But, I wanted to take some time here tonight, friends, and, I don't want to brag about the network, but I'm going to tell you something. It's worth bragging about. It really is. We are getting so many new people coming into the six screens. And I'm glad we have that. And you know what's doing it? It's not me sitting here behind the control panel and coming on and talking. It's all of the people that are speaking up. It's people like JP. It's people like Dick Borgie and Constance. It's people like Anne Marie. It's people like Randy. It's people like, I can't even name all the people that have been coming on here tonight. It's people like we love all the people, all of them. Eric out of Tennessee, all of these people. And didn't you love to hear from Desiree tonight? Didn't that make your night? It sure made mine. Boy, I'll tell you, I'm so glad to hear new ones speaking up and talking. And I have to tell you, after 17 years, it wasn't always this way. It really, really wasn't. At one point, I mean, when we first started years ago, we didn't have people coming in and listening and speaking up. Even as, just go back even 5 years ago, we never had this many people coming in. And the programs were much more difficult to put together because, how do you sit here and talk for hours and hours and hours? But you folks are really helping me out. And I want to tell you, I appreciate it. When you speak up and talk, you're able to get the message out. And it also shows the witnesses that are listening in, this isn't just me sitting here bloviating all night long. These are people calling in and they're talking about their trek in the Watchtower. Do you know what that's doing? That is helping so many witnesses. They're saying, wow, how can this guy have these people calling in? We've been accused of even having plants. Some people think that the people calling in are really not real. They've been programmed to do this. Well, that's not the case, folks. This is a real program. These are real people. These are not bots. Now, you can do bots on a forum like Reddit or JWN, but you can't do a bot here. How are you going to have a person speak up and talk like that? No bots here. This is the real deal on the six screens. But, I'm really pleased. I mean, after 17 years and, every Saturday night, and I'm here. There's a mission. I am on a mission. And my mission is to expose the Watchtower. And right in the very beginning, I committed myself to that. So this is one of the most important things in my life, is to come on here on Saturday night and let you know what's going on behind the curtains of the Watchtower. And plus, the other mission I have is, I don't get into theological teachings on Saturday night. Because what it does is when people hear that, they've been so abused, so spiritually abused by the Watchtower, they run in the opposite direction. They don't want anything to do with spirituality. They understand that. But, I'm a Christian man. I'm not in any way inhibited to say it. I'm proud to be a Christian. But I'm not going to, grind you and beat you up if you're not a Christian. But I'm just hoping that, in time you can see that, well, why did you join the Watchtower in the first place? You must have had a desire to learn about God. And I don't have all the answers either. Don't ask me all the questions that I think I could answer on Christianity. I can't do it for you. But the one thing I do know, if there's any simple little thing I could boil it all down to you, it's better to have a faith. It's better to have a contract with Jesus than not. You can debate that, you can argue it, but I'd rather be on the right road I know leads to somewhere better. That's the road I want to be on. I don't have all the answers, but my ways of encouragement would be to you to go ahead, get on the right road. But, we've been doing the program now, like I say, for 17 years. 2 missions: to expose the Watchtower. The other mission is to give you hope. Look to a better kingdom. Look to a better place somewhere that you can live in. And I pray for that. And I really appreciated JP tonight, even talking about praying for people. I have to tell you, it's powerful. And not to get too spiritual on you, but prayer can really move mountains. Prayers can move mountains. So bear that in mind. But I want to tell you too that we, as I said earlier, we have so many new people coming in. It's overwhelming. And the emails that I've been getting are just unbelievable. I've never received emails like this in my life. I have a hard time every day, and I'm still a working man. I told you before, this is a job for me, the 6 screens, but I'm also in the sign business. I have a little company. And, sometimes I would like to spend all day long just writing back to the people. So if I don't get to you right away, just give me a little time and I will get back to you. But I got emails in there right now that I can't even believe. As I'm doing the program here tonight, people are emailing me. So, give me some time, give me a couple of days, sometimes even as much as a week before I can get back to you. There's so many emails I got coming in, and I thank you for that too. So don't give up on that. Please just keep sending me emails. And all you people, as I mentioned at the outset of the program, when we do JW World News, we get people that send me stories from all over the world: Australia, Japan. And these people, they give me these stories. They say, Rick, bring them up on the 6 screens. So I ponder over them. I look at them. I research it. I want to make sure everything is factual. And then I run with certain stories. But thank you all. And I want to say hello to Miss Katina. If you're listening, Miss Katina, it's amazing the stories you send me, 4 or 5 stories a day. Thank you very much, Miss Katina. And all of you people, Chewy, and my wife, Susan, all of the people that send me stories here. I can't believe it. Keep it up. It's like a clearinghouse for JW World News. Well, we're looking forward to Aposta Babe. She's going to be coming on here soon. There she is right there. So maybe what we can do is we can end the program here on 6 screens, JW World News, and we're going to go to Aposta Babe next. Well, thank you very much for coming in here tonight and listening to our newscast. And thank all the people that have spoken up. I thank all the people that have written comments on Facebook, on YouTube, on our video screen, our video suite. All of these people, thank you very much for being part of the program tonight. Now, I want to tell you all, I want to say this to you all. Don't ever give in. Don't give up, and keep moving in the right direction. Keep exposing the Watchtower and tell everyone you know that the Jehovah's Witnesses are a very dangerous and destructive cult. And the last thing I want to say before we go to Linda James, Healing After the Watchtower, I want to say this. The last one, leaving the Watchtower, please turn off the new light. We'll end the program here, but don't leave us. We got Aposta Babe, your favorite apostate. She's coming up next. Stay with us.